higher ranking, the results that he's put on the board in the last 4 years. And don't forget, Borna's been injured as well. He's been out of the game, so that's why they haven't played recently.
Yes, and I bet Taylor has a long memory.
You know it. You know it. And it's interesting, the dynamic coming into this match. Borna down and out against Felix. He should have lost, turned it around and won it. Taylor should have beaten Felix, but managed to lose it. So the mentality of both coming into this one, that might play its part too.
It's a confused environment, that one, isn't it? You thought someone was going to win, they didn't. You thought someone was going to lose, they didn't. So it's all out there for the taking, this match.
Yeah, nicely summed up, Fitzy.
He can win a major, can't he, Taylor, I think?
Came oh so close this year.
Yeah.
And the fact that I think that he's been in a final, that's going to help him next time round if he gets there. Ivan Doric there in the background. He will play the mixed doubles if it comes down to it. Borna Coric for the men's singles. Two former junior world #1s.
Okay, just quickly about the match conditions. Live ELC, close calls will be shown directly on the screens. 25 seconds on the clock. Apart from that, I mean, if you need anything, please just let me know. You know that the distance might be a bit of a question. But apart from that, Borna, I believe Christian has a question for you. AO or Newcom? AO has been called. And AO it is. Receive. Okay, and then quick photo that way, please. Thank you.
Top Borna's won the toss and has elected to receive first. The hot shot, doing a good job.
Good job.
Nice job, young man. Tell you what, it's a warm one today. I was out early, just had a walk down on the waterfront area. Fitzy, grabbed myself a coffee, and tell you what, these guys are going to have to earn their keep out here.
Well, it's warming up day by day in Perth, and on the court surface, it is considerably warmer in that environment than it is anywhere else in this stadium.
So it's very much a red, white and blue day today. The man from Rancho Santa Fe in California, a part of the world that you know pretty well. It is beautiful out there, isn't it?
Yeah, spent some time in Newport Beach, just up the road, along the coast.
Yep. And 27 years of age now, playing the best tennis of his career is Taylor Fritz. Made it to the season-ending finale where the very best players were gathered. He lost to Yannick Sinner. He also lost to Yannick at the finals of the US Open. Back 2 trophies at the lower level, at the 250 level. Did so in Delray Beach, as well as in Eastbourne, where he beat Max Purcell. Starting to contest at the sharp end of these bigger events. Of course, the Masters 1000 to his credit. That came in Indian Wells in his own backyard. That must have been a lot of fun. Beat Nadal as well in order to do so.
Well, when you grow up in Southern California, that Indian Wells tournament means a lot. It's spoken about. You know, people make weekly. They book accommodation for a week to go out there from the coast and out to the desert, and it's a big deal, that tournament, and a huge stadium now, and to win that, yeah, that's a notch in his belt.
Yeah, it's almost like a 5th major, isn't it, Fitzy? It's so big. Larry Ellison, who's pumped so much money into that event, it's become world class. Tough to get tickets there now. As Fitzy suggested, you've got to book months in advance. I'm a big fan of Borna. He has got such a big heart. Anybody who's ever worked with him has just said he's just such an incredible fighter. Doesn't matter what the circumstances are. Our good friend Miles McLagan, who coached him for a while, said it's one of the greatest pleasures to work with him. Whatever you ask of him, he's up for it and then more. And I think even testimony in that, you have a look at the first title that he won in Marrakesh against Philip Kohlschreiber, saved 5 match points. Just never say die attitude. I remember that epic match against Tsitsipas en route to his first Grand Slam quarterfinal at the US Open. He saved 6 match points there. I mean, he was down and out in his match against Felix, wasn't he? We thought he was going to get dusted, maybe 11-2. He was down 8-love. He was down a set in 4-2 as well, Fitzy.
Yeah. Look, he'll be one of those guys that wakes up after his career's finished and he'll be satisfied, I think. I mean, You know, we're all blessed with different talents and capabilities, but not all of us get the most out of ourselves. And I think Borna is one of those that, look, he'll be able to sleep well at night, knowing that he gave it his best shot, and he did all that he could.
Yeah, well said. This is what Fitzy was talking about, folks. The head-to-head 4-0 in favour of Borna. But just a reminder, all those encounters happened between 2016 and 2020, when Fritz wasn't quite the player that he is now. But we're just having a look back, Fitzy. One of the problems for Fritz, and certainly in the last two matches that they played, was his inability to save break points. But of course now that serve has developed into one of the biggest weapons.
Yeah, and he is hard to break. Yeah. You know, his first serve is consistent, it's accurate, it's big. Certainly doesn't serve many double faults. I think he epitomises the modern male tennis player in so many ways, Taylor. I mean, he's got that big first serve, he backs it up with a forehand, the technique's good, and he knows how to structure a point.
Yeah, well said. He certainly does. Great tennis IQ. You talk about how hard he is to break. We'll keep an eye on how well Borna deals with the serve today versus the previous years. We actually dealt with the Fritz serve so well. Him and Felix had played 8 sets. Felix hadn't been able to break Fritz until Fritz served for the match against him at 5-4 in the second set. That was the first time he'd ever broken the American, and ended up breaking him on a couple more occasions to eventually defeat him in the opening match for this man. But he doesn't dwell on losses. He moves on pretty quickly, and his base level of play is so high these days that he knows if you want to beat him, you've got to bring it for 2 hours and then some. So for a place in the quarterfinals up for grabs. And Fitzy, just to reiterate how this scenario works, if America win, whether it's 3-love or 2-1, they will go through to play China. If Croatia win 3-zip, they go through. But if Croatia win 2-1, then it's the dreaded calculator scenario. We don't like that. We've got to get out the calculators for percentage of games and sets won.
Yeah, I'll leave that mathematics to someone else. But what you're saying is that Croatia has the possibility of coming from the clouds today.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of this competition. Team captain, Mike Russell. Didn't see Mike in the gym today.
What? Surely.
I was shocked.
I bet he was there at 6 a.m. and you weren't. You were there at 7:30, weren't you?
Don't bring the mood down.
Okay.
As fit as a fiddle is Mike.
There's Eva Maioli. She could play a bit, Robbie.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, we've been talking about how good the Fritz serve is, and one of the toughest things today, I think, for Borna is going to be figuring out the serve, because from almost an identical ball toss, Fritz can hit both corners, and he's got a lot of disguise on that serve. The average speed of it is right around 200 k's an hour. He's got the accuracy, and of course that one that moves away with plenty of slice is so tough to pick.
Yeah, and that's a go-to serve for him too. He likes that one. He takes a bit of speed off it, and you know, he's this modern player, you know, so tall with long levers. He gets so much trajectory down into the court. He can take the speed off that wide one and fade it, and the further it goes, it seems like when you're returning, the further it gets away from you.
You've got about half a second to react to the Fritz serve. We've spoken about it in his opening match. We both love the simplicity of it, the mechanics. There's not a lot that can go wrong. And of course, when you have good technique and good mechanics, your upside is always so much more. It's obviously fantastic to have John Fitzgerald alongside me, but the courtside is Barbara shit. Doesn't get much better than that, Fitzy.
I bet you wish the reverse was actually the case.
Probably.
Yeah, okay. I understand. I accept that.
Hello, Bubsy.
Hi, guys. We could change. It's fine with me. It's a bit hot down here, I have to say.
That ball is going to be pinging around, isn't it, Bubsy?
Oh, yes, definitely. Very lively, that ball. And that's what Coric, I think, needs today.
Got broken in his opening service game against Felix. He got off to a slow start, but then it was compounded by the fact that Felix just started playing so well. He was almost unplayable for 8 games. He's getting plenty of practice here with the serve. Just a quick question for you. We mentioned that the head-to-head between these two is one-sided, 4-0 to Borna, but they haven't played in the last 4 years. Does that still linger in a player's head, or has too much gone on in the Fritz career now to worry about that?
I think it's pretty individual. Everybody thinks a little bit differently, but I'm sure that Helle Fritz is very aware of that he's never beaten Borna Coric before. That's why I think the beginning of this match is crucial. And I do wonder how much Fritz is thinking about this match he's lost against Felix Auger-Aliassime. I mean, Robbie, you said that I'm sure he's forgotten it, he moves on, he looks ahead, but still, he's lost it. He had it in his hands, he was serving for the match and played a pretty poor service game there. And that's, I still think that's in his head a little bit as well.
You know, matchups go a long way to determining outcomes in tennis. It's a strange thing, you know. Players are all of different levels and abilities, but sometimes the matchup causes issues. And you know, you can be a certain ranking and play someone lower than you and have a real hard time in beating them. And on the reverse, you can play someone that is genuinely a better player than you, but because your style suits playing them, you can beat them.
It's so true, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think it's interesting. After this point, we'll talk about that a little more. So Borna Coric's game is what it is. But there's 5 players on the tour at the moment that he has beaten 3 times or more without losing. Taylor Fritz is one of them. So he's beaten him 4 times without losing. Borna has also beaten 4 other guys. So Donald Young, Benoit Paire, Thanasi Kokkinakis, and Roberto Cabellas Baena have never beaten Borna.
Borna
Coric.
A new player, Corner.
It's just around the corner.
Good one, he got out of it.
But that's got a lot to do, surely, with matchups and styles of play.
100%.
Fitzy, I'm sure you would have had players you liked playing against, and the opposite as well. You want to drop some names?
I'm going to leave the ones that I felt better. There was the odd one that were better than me, and I know they were, and my record was good against, but there was a far bigger number of players that I couldn't beat. I can tell you that.
We have something in common then.
Yeah, look, the matchups hurt you sometimes, and when they know how to get to your weaknesses, it really hurts, Bubsy. So this is playing into Borna's hands a little bit. That's the type of point he wants to play against Taylor Fritz. So Taylor's going to have to come up with something different at times here. He's going to have to adjust. He doesn't want to get involved. I mean, as good as he is from the back of the court, Borna is playing in that point the way he wants.
He loves getting involved in those long rallies, Borna, doesn't he? He's physically extremely fit. Especially when there's not a lot of variety. He's dangerous.
Yeah. And that's exactly the issue, Bubsy. I mean, Taylor needs, well, on top of that serve, that helps. He win a few free points there with that. But he needs more variety, I think, rather than just standing there and playing a generic baseline point with Borna, because that's what Borna wants, and that's where he's very difficult to beat.
Good hole in the end for Taylor. Team USA lead 2-1. just doing some digging in the last 5 minutes or so to see why so often when the Croatians are playing, it doesn't matter what the sport is, you've got somebody that's wearing a water polo cap, Fitzy, and it actually dates back to the 2016 Euros when one of the defenders copped a nasty head injury. This is football we're talking about, and the wound was pretty bad. And the physiotherapist of the team didn't know what to do to make it better, and one of the team doctors had a water polo hat in his bag, and he says, play with that. And he did that, and it's become a little bit of a cult figure now, that they wear that because it shows a sign of toughness.
Oh, what a great story.
Fantastic, I love it too.
You know, and here I was thinking all along that maybe it was a little cooler out there than I thought, and he was just using it as an ear warmer. I didn't know.
Come in handy in winter in Europe.
What a great story, Robbie.
Yeah, the team doctor, it was gifted to the team doctor by one of the water polo Olympians, gold medalist Paolo Obradovic, and he gave it to the player. The fans loved it, and they thought, we want a piece of the action too.
I think what George has to be careful today as well is that second serve of his. Sure, Fritz is going to take it on the rise and try to be aggressive on it. But Fritz definitely has to be disciplined.
Team captain Eva Maioli, French Open champion, of course. For $1 million, Barbara, if that was your final question, who did Eva Maioli beat to win the French Open?
Martina Hingis.
Oh, that's worth $2 million. That was so quick.
Tell you what, phone a friend.
She's a good friend of mine, so I know everything about her.
She beat her pretty comfortably as well, 4-2. To win the 1997 French Open. You down out on that for the rest of your life, don't you, Fitzy?
Yeah, well, I imagine you do.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting, because I'm sitting right where Taylor Fritz is, actually on that side, and he's very far behind the baseline. That backhand too far away. The stands were not right.
Bit warmer today than it was in his first match, and the conditions, when the sun is shining and the heat's there, the ball travels a bit differently through the air and off the court, so you have to adapt. Well, he'll be annoyed here, Taylor. He had 15-30 with an opportunity and has made two virtually unforced errors. The hustle again from Coric. He never takes his foot off the throttle. The intensity is always there, and it makes the opposition get tight, make mistakes, makes them worry.
I like it when he uses those angles, because Fritz seems to be stuck behind the baseline a little bit more. His lateral movement is quite good, but sometimes when he has to go into the court, it's a different story.
Yeah, Bubsy, I think this is where someone like Taylor, if he's playing a guy that he has trouble with, and this matchup causes that for him, I think he needs to play inside the baseline a bit more, but back and forth, a bit of more variety that you talked about, so that he can take the ball earlier and hurt Warner more by being inside the court. Can't just rally laterally or move laterally constantly.
Feel there from Coric, nearly as good as you, Fitzy.
No, 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 way better. I'd call this sweet lips, this one. That is beautiful.
And we all know how difficult it is from a baseline rally with so much pace, then to just change it up. Come with that drop shot.
He must annoy Taylor. You know, as beautiful as Taylor Fritz's game is, and as sweet hitting, with his sweet hitting ability, you know, Borna's more of he's a scrapper, isn't he? And he fights, and he doesn't always hit the ball out of the middle of the racket, but boy, is he a great competitor. You have to respect that. But I bet it's annoying for a guy ranked 4 in the world, who's had such a successful year and career, to have not beaten him yet. There he goes. Hits one off the frame, Borna, but it still lands in, and Taylor still had to come up with a decent winner. So he's going to have to be mentally tough here, Fritz.
Yeah, well said.
Yeah, he has to be really disciplined. I just think he gets really annoyed because he has to work for every single point against Borna. He knows the Croatian will never give up.
That's a proper serve. His spread and his accuracy with the serve is top draw. He leads 3-2, first set. Well, it's that time of the day. Why don't we take a trip to Esperance? We got 700 k's southeast of Perth, and it's surrounded by just stunning scenery and beautiful oceans, Fitzy.
As I say, Rolly, that's just around the corner. 700 k's. It's a magnificent, pristine part of the world.
Yeah, and they allow you to take the 4x4s onto the beach and enjoy the vistas, the scenery. I mean, camp overnight for a couple of days. What a road trip that would be.
Nice town, Esperance, and those beaches are part of the beauty.
Yeah, I love me a good beach.
Right on that Southern Ocean.
Of course, a little bit of trivia about this Whitney Houston song. That it was actually written for her by Boy Meets Girl, the band from the 70s, who had plenty of hits of their own. But this one they wrote for Whitney.
You've missed your calling, you know.
Yeah, I was just thinking the things Robbie knows.
Yeah, he's a font of knowledge, and he should have been a disco DJ, I think.
And if that's not enough, Babsy,
what else?
They also wrote, I Want to Dance with Somebody for her. Can you imagine the royalties on those 2 songs alone?
Oh my God, no. Wow.
I think we chose the wrong profession, guys.
It's never too late, is it?
I don't know about you, but I'm doing this for the love of it only.
Oh, trust me, I love what I do.
Same here.
And we've been involved in the sport in the last 2 decades with some of the greatest players ever to play it on both the men's and women's sides. What a time to be alive and enjoying this incredible sport of ours. Such intelligent tennis.
He's really trying to use the court and make Fritz move around, get him out of his comfort zone, off balance.
You know, Bubsy, on the face of it, I would have thought that Borna wouldn't be the guy to use more variety, or shouldn't be.
Yes.
Shouldn't be against Taylor Fritz. Taylor Fritz has to do that sort of thing, I believe, here.
Is that his game style, though?
No, probably not. No, but I think he needs to incorporate a bit of variety against this matchup. Right now, I'm taking my hat off to Borna Coric. He's such a competitor. He's thought about this match. He knows the style of player he's up against, and he's putting things into play that are looking very effective.
30.
Just resting in the shade there. Both these players have won Masters 1000 title to their credit. Borna a little bit out of the blue after coming back from all his shoulder issues. He's playing challenges in the early stages of 2022, and then boom, out of nowhere, wins Cincinnati. He was actually playing challenges right up until June. Played Hamburg, missed out the grass court season.
Tough overhead, controlled beautifully. That was not easy. You know, Robbie, we all talk about, constantly we talk about if a player's won a major or if where he's been in a major. Mm-hmm. But you have to be a serious a male tennis player to win a Masters series. That is very difficult, and that deserves almost the ultimate respect. I mean, they're hard to win. So these guys are good.
No kidding.
Well, there are 2 week events as well, let's not forget.
Yeah, back then it was a 1 week event. I'd almost argue that it's harder, hey, Bubsy?
Yep, true. You don't have a day off.
Yep. That's well-structured points. Fans are happy. It's been a good contest. Just to give you an idea of who he beat, speaking about how tough the Masters 1000 fields are. Lorenzo Musetti, he was a qualifier back then. You might have heard of Rafael Nadal. He's pretty tough.
Who was that?
Roberto Bautista Agut. You want to beat that guy, he's going to bleed you dry.
Yeah.
He beat Felix. He beat Cam Norrie. And in the finals, he took down Steph Tsitsipas. He beat those last 4 all in straight sets. Did Borna to win his first Masters 1000 in Cincy.
Well, he's got my respect. You know what's interesting too? In his first round match, he looked poor. He looked like it looked like a first match of the year, didn't it? And it was, but it looked like he was out of form a bit and no confidence. But he's lifted in the space of a couple of days to be at this level. He looks so different right now than he did at the start of the first match, to his credit.
Yeah, he was down 8-love against Felix. He was getting drummed in the second set. He was down 4-2. He was down 15-30 on his service game.
Yeah, he was a bit aggro too. He wasn't happy, but now look at him. That body language is positive. He's got a window of opportunity here at love 30. Danger time for Taylor Fritz.
He reads the serve pretty well, I have to say. Yeah, there were a few aces there from Fritz, but he always seems to get his racket on the ball. On the return, Coric. And that doesn't go by unnoticed for Fritz, that's for sure.
A waste there. Won't be happy with that.
Disappointed. A couple of second serve returns missed from that ad side. And lets Fritz off the hook. We're on serve after 7 games. Coric with one of those vests that kind of monitors your heart rate and everything. It's very interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how Taylor tackles the serve. We've seen some clear intent already from the American when returning. He likes to stand quite deep. The yellow balls there are the first serve, average return hit point, but very different mentality on the second serve for Fritz Fitzy.
Well, it is, and it probably should be. I mean, it's not Borna's biggest asset, is it? That particularly the second serve. And I think you want to avoid getting into these long, regular rallies with him if you can avoid it. So stand up, try to attack. But so far, I haven't seen him have a lot of success in actually winning points with that. But I think the intent's right, Robbie, and he should continue that and go after the second serve a bit. Should Taylor Fritz.
He's been mostly successful whenever he hit that drop shot, Coric, wasn't he, so far?
Yeah, 3 from 3, Bubsy.
And that's with a new ball too, which sometimes I think is a little harder to feel on your strings. I used to find that anyway. I'm not sure about you guys, but new balls at 3-4, and he just touched that beautifully over the net, that drop shot.
Didn't like that ball. It's probably an older one. Played a rally already with it.
You know, my old Davis Cup captain, God bless him, Neil Fraser, who just passed away a few weeks ago. I had the privilege of giving his eulogy. We all looked up to him so much, and so I'm not sure if Thea is watching, but I send my love to them, to her and her family, and Neil's family. But Neil always used to say, use all those new balls when you got them.
He was right.
Yeah, and well, it's okay for Fraser. He had one of the great serves of all time, with the greatest rhythm. The left-hander, he could move it any which way. Used the same ball toss. He had a special service motion, but that was his advice when the new balls came out. Use every one of them. So maybe that's what Borna was doing. Maybe he had played one rally with that one.
I'm sure he
sent it back.
Taylor's one of the few players out there that hits this backhand return down the line so well. And you can see it's a big target because he knows a lot of players lean to the left looking for a forehand after that second serve. So he catches so many out, and he doesn't take on too much risk either, given the shot placement. And there's those attacking returns that you were talking about, Fitzy. Perhaps making a push just at the right moment here.
And Robbie, you're all over this because that's what caused the double fault. Borna suspected, I think there, that if I can read it right, that Taylor Fritz was about to attack that second serve. He went for more because of it, and look what happened.
This is the first break point for either player in the match. Well, let me tell you what, there was some subtle brilliance on that chip returner serve. Yes, it's so often the amazing winners that we stare at and wax lyrical about, but that was a heck of a chip.
Well, it was a good second serve too.
Yes.
It almost handcuffed Taylor because he was standing close. But, you know, Borna had come up with a double fault the point before, and the pressure was on him. He came up with a good second serve on the break point, but Taylor, also to his credit, made a beautiful chip deep, got himself in the point, and the rest is history. Now he's in the box seat in this first set.
Just a few loose shots, though, from Coric in the last couple of games. He takes some shade in the back there.
I can see Bubsy's in the shade too.
Thank God.
Yeah, the sun's moved across a bit, and yeah, it's warm down there on the side of the court, isn't it, Bubs, when it's...
I was about to melt away before I had the brolly out. I've got a towel, I've got my electrolyte drinks, everything. I'm prepared just like a player.
Come on, you're married to an Aussie. You're used to this Australian summer these
Who
days.
loves the heat, and I'm not going too well in the heat.
It's that Austrian heritage, Robbie. She's good in the snow, though.
Yeah.
I think Franz Klammer was my second most favourite Austrian. Bubsy is my favourite.
I can't believe you know Franz Klammer. Well, he was a little bit of a hero, wasn't he? He still is.
The Kaiser. Come on.
The Kaiser, that's right. That's an honor. I will tell all the Austrians that you put me ahead of Franz Klammer.
Well,
don't believe it.
Don't tell Franz.
All right, then.
No, you can.
He's missed 3 consecutive returns. Second serve returns from the side has Borna. He needs to tighten up here.
Fritz is also standing closer to the baseline as well, I feel, during the rallies. It's due to Borna maybe not having as much depth anymore, but definitely more controlled aggression there from Fritz. And that's probably what one break does as well to you, for that confidence level.
Yeah, it's a fine line, isn't it? Borna hasn't done too much wrong, just a double fault at the wrong time in the previous game. Dropped off a fraction maybe. And the first set's over.
One break point was enough for Fritz to convert. And he wraps it up 6 games to 3. 40 minutes on the button. Those are the ice towels that'll help cool down the core body temperature. Now, we're going to see the stats here, and when Fitzy did the Hawkeye analysis piece and we're having a look at the second serve points won, it was in the early 60s for Coric, and you can see in one game Fritz made the push, was all over every second serve that he got a look at, and it's been a difference maker.
Well, I think so. I think it certainly contributed, Robbie, and you were onto it very early. I mean, he's standing in, trying to take that second serve, and that creates an atmosphere for a server. You know, it's a different look.
Yep, certainly is.
And it caused a big double fault, I feel, at 30 all. So they're the nuances that players have to be able to come up with in the course of a match. I mean, a coach on the side of the court helps, certainly with that stuff, surely. But strategy is so important, and I think it helped Taylor here.
And I think it's one of Taylor's greatest strengths. He's one of the players that's always banging on about no coaching, that he doesn't want to have coaching on the side of the court because he feels one of the greatest arts in the game is being able to figure things out yourself.
I think so. And you know what, if that's the case, I didn't know that with Taylor, but if that's the case, I totally agree with him. It is what it is these days. Things have changed, but that's the art of being a great player, and it's an added advantage to be able to work out the pros and cons and the strategy.
Just the one break point needed. And that's what the difference maker is. I mean, Fitzy was just talking about nuance in sport, right? One break point, and he's got twice as many games as his opponent. I mean, the beauty and brutality of the scoring system in tennis. Taylor there having a chat with Mike Russell. Taylor is actually not a big advocate of having courtside coaching. He's mentioned that on a number of occasions, and so often he speaks about the importance of being good strategically on the court.
And working it out yourself. Yep. It's a one-on-one gladiatorial type sport. without the body contact. But it's a one-on-one sport, and I agree with him. I think to be able to work out your opponent's strengths and weaknesses in the course of a match and before is so important, and then incorporate it in your game. Love the way he thinks.
Yeah, what did Jimmy Connor say? It's boxing at 90 feet when describing tennis.
Now, speaking of players that you wouldn't like to play, Jimmy, if you're listening, you're at the top of the list, pal. Boy, was he good. And his matchup with me, well, he was a lot better player, obviously, but that matchup was not good for moi.
Well, he was a lefty, right? Or he still is a lefty, I guess.
Gee, what a player.
Yeah. But you were talking about that he doesn't really love the on-court coaching. Yes, I totally agree with what you said, but it seems like Taylor likes it. He talks so much at the sit-downs. I've noticed that in the mixed doubles as well, and look at him go. And they're having a full-on conversation about the match, the first set, probably analysis.
But you know what's interesting when you listen in, Bubsy, is he's the one who's giving his coach the analysis. This is what I'm feeling. This is what I'm seeing. He hit a good shot there.
Is he coaching the coach?
It's almost like he's just reinforcing everything for the coach.
Well, you know what I love with this relationship is that it's always civil. I mean, there's no aggro here, is there? I've never seen it. Maybe there has been at times from the court, but Mike Russell's such a level-headed man, and Taylor, to his credit, they'll have a discussion. They may not always agree, but it's always civil. They're on each other's team, the same team, and they're just trying to get the best out of the player at the time. Good to see.
Yeah, Mike Russell looking at the stats as well, which comes in very handy when you have a bit of time. And Borna Coric is back.
Of course, we have that same stats monitor up here in the booth. Gives us all very interesting statistics about things like leg drive on the serve, how fast the arm is right before it makes contact with the serve. Your toss range, in other words, what we call your beehive. What is the variation from left to right on your ball toss? Of course, the narrower that range, the more accurate your ball toss is. And I can tell you, the ball toss range for Taylor Fritz is just 24 centimeters, so nice and tight, Fitzy. It's almost double for Borna.
Well, it's all about putting the ball up there, isn't it? Not throwing it or releasing it too early, just gently with an open palm, placing that ball in an accurate position. And the more times you can get it in the same spot, the better it is. And then if you have the ability to hit innumerable different serves from that same ball toss, then you've got a weapon.
Really close there to where Borna Coric is now, and sometimes his ball toss is just too low and too far out front. Can't really move upwards. I think that's why he misses a lot into the net. There's a lot of leg courts too. Could be a fraction higher, the toss.
Bubsy, I just want to comment to everyone. This is live tennis. So after your previous comment, people would be forgiven to think this is a replay because you knew what was going to happen. Well picked.
Well, thank you. I know my tennis, excuse me. But you know, you can't miss the same shot twice, right? That's just something you need to rule out.
I mean, Bubsy knew before it happened it was going to happen.
I felt it in my little pinky.
Well, this is so big now, isn't it? And you can see how animated Borna was there. He needed that point desperately. This would be disastrous for him to open with another service loss here. Oh.
That's what we call bounce back ability. And it's one of the greatest assets you can have, not only in sport, but in life. How you deal with adversity.
Bounce back ability. Is that one word or three?
Sounds like one word.
Well, he's going to have to use some more bounce back ability here. It's a dangerous time, isn't it?
Certainly is. Forehand cost him on the break point. That's the side that does get tight for Coric. That miss hit offering up another break point opportunity for Team USA.
Wow. That's a big moment. What a second serve on break point.
Talk about defying the odds. It only won 36% of the points behind his second serve up until that moment.
I bet he senses that and knows that, well, it's probably part of the reason he's going for more. Not just that Taylor's standing in close, but he's losing a high percentage, so he's got to go for a bit more.
Taylor just targeting the forehand again with those first two shots of the rally, the return and the first ball.
Well, that's part of their strategy, and Mike Russell, I'm sure, has analysed that too. And I mean, the forehand you would think is not as solid as the backhand from Coric.
I like his glasses, by the way. Very cool.
He's a cool dude, Mike
Very
Russell.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, not always known for his defense, but that backhand down the line, just to change the dynamic of the points, was gorgeous from Taylor. And he's played the big points well. He's had 3 break points in total, and he's converted on 2 of them. So, winning the set after an early break, Fritz is at 89%, and that early break is considered in the opening 4 games. So he's a good front runner. He's better than most. The average for the top 100 is 81%. And when you're a good front runner, you tend to be a top tier player.
Yeah, I
and
agree.
He's certainly been that in the last 12 months, Fitzy.
Yeah. Great analogy. I mean, the front runners, they're tough to catch. The great players believe in themselves so much. You know, the more normal way, well, maybe it's not normal, but there's a lot of players out there that when they get ahead, they get a little afraid.
Yeah.
Were you one of those? Because I was a bit.
I was always playing catch up.
Oh, don't tell me I can actually win this. Oh, no.
Set and a break. It's got a nice ring to it for Team USA.
Oh, he's gone off a little bit, though. Coric, he's just dropped his level.
Just doing a deep dive into Taylor's last 2 seasons, 2023, he finished 10 in the world. Very good season. This year, of course, number 4. When you start to dig into some of his numbers, winning percentage is just 0.1% better this season. There's not a lot there. In fact, his return points one was better in 23 than it was in 24. But the crucial increase was in the service points one. A 1% uptick, and it shows the importance of serving well and defending the second serve. So whilst his returning numbers on return points one wasn't as good as 2023, it was the serve that made all the difference. His ability to defend that second and be so effective with the first. He's played the big matches well this season. That's always been one of his greatest assets. If you didn't join us for his first match against Felix, I was talking about one of his youth coaches. Of course, his dad did a lot of the coaching in the early days, but Chris Groh, based out in San Diego, I think is one of the best coaches out there. He's worked with so many good players as Chris. Was always saying what an incredible competitor Taylor was from a young age. Just loved to play points and loved the big moments. Never shied away from them.
I think this is tricky mentally now for Coric as well to stay in this match. Certainly a big momentum shift since that break in the first set, I have to say.
Just testament to what a great front runner this guy is. And during a 2024 season, and I'm going to include his last match against Felix. Taylor is 44 wins, just 3 losses when he wins the opening set.
Tried it to play it besides the net post, didn't work. I always find it amazing that players can do that. I've never done that. I don't know. You have to think so quickly, right? Have a look at that.
Yeah, it's certainly in his mind, wasn't it, that he could sneak it around the post, which is legal, but it just was outside the sideline.
You still have to make it. I think Novak Djokovic played one the other day in doubles with Nicky Kyrgios.
He certainly did.
It's got a lot to do here, though, this momentum change with Borna dropping off slightly. It only takes a few percentage points, but he's not as consistent as he was in the early stages of this match, and there's a few unforced errors that have crept in, and it's hurt his scoreline.
Chance to go up a double break for Taylor. First serve percentage in the set is now at 40. That's why he's bemoaning the fact that he can't make a first.
Slice. Bubsy, you're down at Courtside. That must have skimmed the net, that one.
Yeah, it certainly did. I think it almost looked over that ball and then decided to bounce on the side of Fritz. But that was just an incredible, already good court coverage there as well. He nearly got out of it.
Gee, this slice from Borna, that was a knife.
Yeah, it was right on the line. It was so flat, wasn't it? Look at that. It was a knife. Whew. Must have just touched it.
It reminded me of Crocodile Dundee. That's not a knife, this is a knife.
Game, Team USA.
1 out of 1.
Well, Fritz looking large and very much in charge of proceedings here. A set and a double break. Team USA lead.
Out for that return. Got out for it, planted my leg.
He's so good at finding the forehand of Borna. And we were asking for some subtlety and some feel from the American. Well, he's brought it out on a big point. And intelligent as well. He didn't try and hit it too close to the nets. He was ready for a multi-combo if need be. It wasn't necessary. I always get the feeling when I watch Taylor that he's always thinking 1 or 2 shots in advance. Well, we talk about tactical acumen, and we know that Fritz is one of the best when it comes to figuring out opponents, and you can see he's coming with a clear game plan when he's taken on Borna today and targeting that forehand wing big time. He's given him a steady dart of forehands, a couple up the middle. When in doubt, it's nice and simple, and he's executed to perfection.
Well, Taylor's forehand is so good. I mean, he can go either way, but that's possibly got a little bit to do with the fact that he likes hitting it inside in, but I think mostly my guess is that he wants to stay away from the Coric backhand more, and he's targeting the forehand wing. So whatever he's doing, the tactics are now working. He's heading towards his first ever victory with Coric, and all of a sudden this scoreline looks one-sided. It makes a difference when a player takes the ball early. even a slice forehand like that, it was a semi-defensive shot, but because he was inside the baseline, it caused Coric some problems.
And it's my belief, Fitzy, that that's how the game is going to evolve. Going through a generation where the players hit the ball so hard now, so physical, and I think the evolution from here on in is then incredible timing, taking the ball early, more players trying to play the game like Roger to negate these hard hitters and take it to a whole different level, like Roger did. Of course, so few can do it, but I think that's the way it's going to evolve.
Do you reckon it's possible to take it to another level past Roger?
I mean,
that's got my attention.
Yeah.
It's the evolution of the sport.
Just got a text from Tony Gottschalk saying, what are you talking about, Robbie?
Some things in life just maybe ain't possible.
Yeah. Very true.
Well, he turned that point around, did Taylor. Defended well for a big guy. And then finally found his way back up at the baseline.
Team USA, 4
I
games.
think we can go down to the Team USA bench because Barbara Schett is sitting alongside Dennis Kudler.
That's right. I'm here with Dennis, who's looking very relaxed. I have to say, I guess you can be the way Taylor is playing today. Amazing.
Yeah, no, he's playing great tennis. I mean, serving great, moving great. I mean, just coming in. I mean, the last few years he's been playing great. So, I mean, at this event, I feel like he shines, and right now he's definitely proven that.
Dennis, you're that relaxed that you're actually watching another match down there. There's your phone. Are you watching the Brisbane International, or what's going on here?
I got another American, Riley Opelka. So we want every American in the world to win matches. So that is why. But no, that's not true. You definitely are lying right now.
You can do two things at the same time. Watching two matches at the same time. How have you been enjoying your time here at the United Cup, and what has Team America got planned for New Year's Eve tonight? Don't tell me another escape room.
Yeah, no, we've definitely another escape room. Only ones open are the horror ones. So
you going?
Yeah, we're terrified in there. We pretty much have earplugs.
What if you can't get out?
We never get out. We always lose.
So you're going to watch the fireworks as well?
I don't know. We might watch the kids' fireworks at like 9 if there's one.
I'll be there.
But yeah, the midnight one could be a little ambitious, especially if we're going to potentially get a chance to play tomorrow. So, but maybe we'll do something like as a group. Maybe not. I know our coach here is going on a date. So.
Is he?
With his wife.
Oh, okay. Well, that's okay then.
But yeah, we'll enjoy it. But so far in Perth, it's been great. We love it here, and all the hospitality, Aussie hospitality, as normal. So it's been a great trip so far.
Team America is loving life here. Thanks so much, Dennis.
Thank you.
He's getting Mike into hot water there.
Oh, dear.
Speaks so well, does DK.
Yeah.
Of course, had that fantastic run in 2015 at Wimbledon, making the 4th round. I was playing on grass, does Dennis.
It was a great interview, wasn't it? Dennis was fantastic. And Bubsy, she just charmed his socks off.
Did I?
Brilliant.
Was he wearing socks?
I actually didn't check. That's not something I check.
That was great, Bubs.
Thank you.
Seconds.
That's where he's dangerous, isn't it? Gee, if he gets inside that baseline, he's going to hurt you. He may not make every one, but here he comes, sets it up with this, draws a shorter response. Look at him move forward, then you're in trouble.
He is so good at dealing with anything that's short and central. You can imagine Mike putting those cones down and just him hitting them with great regularity.
Yeah, it's a magnificent modern forehand.
He's been all over this guy's second serve.
That probably sums up his inner feelings.
Coric in the match now. Second serve points won percentage is at 39. So initially, Taylor wasn't making inroads into the second serve, but as this match has gone on, he's just become more and more effective. There you go. Taylor defending his second serve beautifully. Not the case for this guy.
If you're serving below 50% of first serves, and then you only win 40-odd% of your second serves, tough to win. Yeah, in fact,
at this level,
impossible?
Nigh on impossible, just about. It's not going to happen against a top 5 player. Haven't had too much to get excited about, the Croatian fans. That was nice. Eyes down to the level of the ball and just takes the racket back to deaden the blow. Fitzy had plenty of those in his repertoire.
Yeah, he's done that pretty well, hasn't he? At times, one of his better assets in this match. Chooses the right time to hit the drop shot, does Coric. So this serve sets up the shot because Taylor is so deep in the court and he senses that. Good awareness.
He's having to work awfully hard to hold on to his serve in the second set, but he does just that eventually.
4-1.
Americans looking good here to set in 4-1. Well, why don't we take you to Kimberley? Kimberley spreads over Australia's entire northwestern corner. And this region has it all. You've got these luxury escapes. You can go walking amongst the mangroves, stunning coastlines. You've also got the pearl farms. Sport for choice here in the Kimberleys. Look at those vistas, my goodness.
Yeah, it's a famous, famous area, and a massive area, Robbie. I don't know how many square miles it is, but it is enormous, that area, and right in the northwest of this state.
Well, you just forget how big Australia is, flying from Sydney to here. I mean, 4.5 hours at least. I feel like I'm going all the way across America. Got plenty of land here.
Yeah.
Vekic there in the background, giving us a wave, thanks. And in the foreground, her opponents, Coco Goff, both getting ready. Sensing that this one might be getting close to the last rites. Taylor's got a pretty good record here at the United Cup. He's currently won 5 matches here as the American. If he was to win today, he'd equal Casper Ruud and Steph Tsitsipas, who have both won 6 matches. That would be the best for the men's singles.
So the United Cup's been good to him, and he's been good for the United Cup.
Yeah, Team USA attracting the biggest crowds here in Perth, understandably so, when you've got 2 big names like Taylor and Coco.
Do you think this is the year Coco can get to the pinnacle? Maybe.
He's made it. She can play well on all surfaces. She's got the athleticism. If she can just keep the serve and forehand constantly improving, why not? But, there's a nice 3-ball there that are competing hard for the top spot. Americans are coming in full force on the women's side of things too.
He won't lie down, will he? You have to. He brings a smile to my face, Coric, and how he competes. And
15-13.
There's not many guys around that do it as well as him. Compete from start to finish, and that wins him a lot of matches. I mean, he's not down and out here, but 2 breaks against this serve is quite daunting. But he's not going anywhere.
I'm being critical of him. That's been his Achilles in this match. The second serve returns from the ad side. He's been ineffective. He's just missed so many. He hasn't even got himself in the rallies. Even if he's made a short return, just get the ball back and play. Ask a question.
I get the feeling he's quite critical of himself too, without knowing for sure, but he's a tough judge on himself.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's actually very negative a lot of times towards himself. I was talking at breakfast the other day with Eva Maioli, and he certainly is a hard judge on himself. The glass is always half empty most of the time.
Team USA, 5 games to 1.
I think it says a lot about someone's character, though, too. I mean, yeah, you've got to be kind to yourself, but you don't want to be one of those people that expect everything to be given to you, and he certainly doesn't do that. He knows he's got to earn it.
Or settle for average.
Yeah.
He's got high standards, right?
No entitlement there.
0. You'd also be worried if
15.
your player was just saying, oh, it's okay if I lose. It's okay. It's not the end of the world all the time, right? So there's the flip side of that.
Well, some of us are not as young as we used to be, Robbie, and that word entitlement I find rather annoying.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I wonder with Taylor if he goes for that two-handed down the line when he's just a fraction too deep in the court. I mean, the deeper you are, the harder that shot is. And he does go for it. I mean, he opens his shoulders and has a crack at maybe it's because of the scoreline now too. But an easier shot to make if you're just a metre or so further forward on that ball.
That's a special shot. That's not easy to do. That's one of the tougher shots to execute when you're sprinting forward so quickly and then to hit the ball so softly. You're a little heavy-handed here, and Warner will be plugging the backhand into your chest with the next shot. He's done really well there, has Taylor. Spoken about how tough it is to beat Team USA. Fitzy and I were talking about it at the start of this contest. They've claimed the most match wins in the United Cup since its inception, 27 match wins, and they hold the best winning percentage of any of the nations at the UC this year. That's what the rest of the field is up against. Even a good kick serve to Taylor because he's so tall. He can take it on pretty comfortably. Better than most who might be slightly shorter in stature. You couple that with his timing, makes for a good combo.
Advantage, Team Croatia. Ball change, please.
So, Coric adds a second game to this set, but it'll be Team USA to attempt to serve it out after the break.
You there, sir?
Yeah.
And this is the sound of the music.
sve bude, znaš što onda? Majke, nisam što da majke. A tako? U nekim slučaju se sve posloži, sve. 60%.
Well, there's more to a career than just one match, isn't there? And it's a constant learning process. And even though he's down, not out yet, but nearly, Coric still trying to work things out, improve. It's a long summer ahead, a long year ahead. This guy's been good today, though, hasn't he?
He really has. And when we spoke to Mike Russell prior to the first match that he played, he spoke about his base level of play. That's one of the big reasons for his success in 2024. He's playing at such a high level, week in, week out, match in, match out, set in, set out. It's not easy to do. That's why he's the 4th best ranked player on the planet.
It's a rare thing. First double fault of the match.
Tennis just looked up towards the heavens after that second serve. Sun clearly in a problematic position.
Let first.
Worth mentioning, if you want to hit the starts, Fritz has never beaten Coric. He was 0-4 against him. Only one player has beaten Fritz more than 5 times in a row. And he's never been able to reply to that, and that's Novak Djokovic. He's 0-10 versus Djoko.
Worst record that's ever been. There's been a few longer runs than that.
Oh yeah, just ask Gael Monfils.
Or Vitas Gerulaitis against Bjorn Borg.
What was it, 18 times?
A lot.
You don't know. That's the first time you don't know something.
This break will be a little bit out of nowhere as Taylor has taken this game a bit casually. Maybe.
is daylight lobbery.
Ah, dear.
You could really tell in the rally that he does not want to get broken here. He was patient. He stuck with him and waited for his chance, and that chance was that lob, but it's also in that position not easy to actually execute. A lot of feel is required. It's done well.
I want to know if there's a patent on daylight lobbery. Bugsy?
Daylight lobbery for him.
Robbie Koenig, a fellow commentator. You are a classic, you know that?
He certainly is.
It's a break point, yeah, come on. Bubsy, Fitzy threw me for a bit of a curveball when he said be on board, because I always associated that poor head-to-head record with Jimmy Connors and Vitas.
I'm sure you did your research.
No, I think...
I've actually written it down.
No, I think it was beyond Borg.
Definitely against Connors. He said, and let that be a lesson to everybody out there. Nobody beats Vitas 17 times in a row. And that was after he beat Jimmy in the January Masters of 1980, I believe it was. He had lost their previous 16 matches.
Maybe he lost 17
to Bjorn as well. Brilliant.
And Vitas, I miss him. What a man he was.
Who doesn't?
That was a tragedy. And one of the great players, ranked 4 in the world, but he couldn't beat those guys that much.
Match point, Fritz.
Game, set match, Team USA.
Seals the deal with considerable aplomb.
6-3, 6-2.
He was cunning at times, he was commanding, and he had the better of Coric for the very first time in his career. He has set the record straight against the Croat, and he puts Team USA in the best possible position to qualify for the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and solidifies their standing, I think, in this event. He's getting better and better, is Taylor Fritz. I mean, he took a little mini setback in the first match here, but showed his skill. He's pretty happy too. You can tell by his body language there. Borna went off a little bit. He did, to be fair. But they're happy. They know they've got Coco Gauff to follow. They're feeling good.
Good job, Fritzy. Well done.
Yeah, just took him a couple of games just to figure out a few things, especially the second serve of Borna. And once he did, he opened up a can of worms, didn't he? He just gave the Croat all kinds of problems. And did such a good job of exploiting his weaker forehand side. He showed some beautiful touch, not too much of it, didn't overplay it. He understands his limitations, what his strengths are. But when he did throw in the beautiful lob and the odd drop shot, it worked beautifully, Fitzy.
Yeah.
Well, probably a good time to go down to Bubsy, who's with Taylor right now.
Taylor, congratulations. Finishing the 2024 season on a high must be feeling pretty good, but also beating Borna Coric must be feeling pretty nice, because the head-to-head wasn't in your favor. You never beat him before.
Yeah, true. I didn't think about that, because it's been quite a while since we've played, so I guess that wasn't really in my head. I feel like I'm a completely different player from maybe when we've played in the past, but yeah, I mean, it's great to get that win, especially after the other day, you know, up a set, serving for the match, everything was...
We don't remember what happened the other day.
Well, everything was looking good, so it's nice to be in a similar position today and get it done.
It was quite a battle, especially in the first set. I'm sure you're happy that you got that one under the belt. What was the trickiest part in that match for you? I think a lot of patience was required, wasn't there?
Yeah, I think in the beginning, the first couple of games for sure, he was hitting the ball really well, staying with me from the baseline. I felt like at times I was over-pressing, but I kind of felt like I had to a bit, because it was really tough to hurt him. He was getting a lot of balls back, but yeah, once I started to just make a few less mistakes and kind of let him make a couple and attack the second serve, I felt like that was the difference.
Patience, we talked about it in the match. Are you a patient person outside the court at all? I don't know. Tell us.
I think it really depends what I'm being patient for, but I'm definitely someone who likes to be very time efficient, I'd say.
Time efficiency, you've done that today as well. You're putting Team America into a good spot now. You need one more win. Can Coco do it to qualify for the quarterfinals here at the United Cup?
Yeah, of course. I've got so much trust and belief in Coco. You know, we were in a rough spot. I guess I put us in a rough spot yesterday, and you know she stepped up. So yeah, I got no doubts in her.
A lot of confidence there from Taylor Fritz. Put your hands together for Taylor.
They certainly are a dynamic duo, and they're going to be tough to beat. And perhaps just that one lapse has got Taylor back on track. And he was awfully good today. And showed us what a skill merchant he is, not only with his power, but some good feel on occasions too, Fitzy.
No, he was good, and yeah, look, he's a confident young man. He believes in himself. You can hear it in his voice and his body language when he's sitting down at the change of ends. He knows his capabilities, and he's on a mission. He's Taylor Fritz. He's getting better and better as each season goes past, and he's a credit to himself. You know, he competes well. You know, it's interesting. He said it wasn't in his mind that he'd lost to Coric, or had never beaten him. So it says something about his confidence as a young player.
Yeah, so the star-spangled banner is flying high thanks to that man. And my thanks to Barbara Shett and John Fitzgerald. And we look forward to your company again in 5 minutes or so when Coco Gauff and Donna Vekic take to center stage. From yours truly, Robbie Koenig, it's goodbye for now.
Today, we're taking the team GB with Quinn Harris back to first set was Thomas Pittsburgh. The Argentine hurdle did not be outdone. Wow, that is very special. Pittsburgh is leading the second and third sets, 3-2 to 7 times with mixed doubles decider. With the contest which came down to the inches, Team Great Britain with the 1-2 measured up. I'm going to take all daytime title in Perth between Team Greece and Team Kazakhstan. Men's dash not what was expected. Oh, that was nice. Alexander Shevchenko 6-4, 7-6 upset of Stefano Tsitsipas set up a dream scenario for that one of Vekic. The world number 6 did disappoint.
Really finding her spots on serve and retreat.
She never looked threatened against Maria Sakkari 6-4 in the first set, 6-3, 7. Team Kazakhstan, first team through to the final stage.
Oh my goodness, we're all away for the match to end.
It was Poland and Norway in the night session in Sydney, and world number 2 English fiance did not call for a late match.
Poland are not hanging about here.
She demolished Mari Helga, but Casper Ruud got Team Norway back on track. 7-5, 6-3 winner at the Hoover haircuts.
Makes that pass look easy.
Big men for a wide mixed doubles that provided one of the most gripping match highlights you're likely to see. Team Poland eventually taking the honours 3-8. Get out of town here! Alexander's Vekic dropped the first set for Juniors and Jen. A brief on the radar as Team Germany took the lead over Team China in the first night.
There was a solid start, but it was a very fast finish. Totally dominant over the last 2 sets.
Zhao Yu and Laura Silverman slugged out 3 6 sets. The hard run and counter ultimately led the way to Team China. Although she's through to the quarterfinals, mixed doubles simply decided who would top would be. That would be the reigning champions, Team Germany.
Naturally LA. Vamos LA. What was that? I had stuff in my hand. I had AirPods. Michael.
Please welcome for our next match, representing Croatia, Vekic. And their opponent for today's match, representing the United States of America, Coco Gauff.
Welcome back to RAC Arena in Perth for the second of the matches in the Team USA v Team Croatia tie here, looking for a spot in the quarterfinals. US taking the opening encounter. Taylor Fritz over Borna Coric 6-3, 6-2. It's a warm day, New Year's Eve in Perth. Top temperature expected of 38 degrees. The sun beating down on the court here, the roof open, so it will be hot out on court, no doubt about that. Current temperature already 33 degrees, feeling every one of those in the bright sunshine. Two players here that have had spectacular 2024s. David Colbert alongside Jill Krabus, and for Donna Vekic, Jill, she had a tremendous year last year, got to a career high of 18 in October, currently sits at 19. Didn't win a title, but after the French Open, she started the year slowly. First round at the Australian Open, third round at the French, and then she went Bushka, including Olympic silver medal. We'll get into more of that, and of course Coco Gauff was the WTA Player of the Year on the WTA Finals.
So good luck. Normal stuff you know about it. Just to remind you, we have a device, electronic line calling, so all the line will be called by the machine. The thing for you might be new is it's automatic shot clock. So please keep an eye on it. So it's 3 seconds after the previous point. Okay? It's 3 seconds after the previous point. Any question? Okay.
What if it's like a 30-shot rally?
No, if it's long, I will manage this. Yeah. Okay. So we have Australian Open or John? Nope.
John.
John. Okay, please. Hop. Well done. Yes, John.
I serve.
You serve.
Sounds good.
Can I have a photo, please? This way. This way.
I need one of those bucket hats, by the way. They look very cute. So, Jill, two players at the peak of their powers, really, in terms of their careers. Vekic at 28, career high, and of course Coco Gauff at 20 has already been a Grand Slam champion, world number 3 at the moment. Just one spot off her career high at number 2, and it's going to be interesting to watch them in action here. Croatia need to win this match to stay alive, and if the USA win, they will confirm their spot against China in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I like this matchup. I mean, Coco's, as you said, has been playing so exceptionally well. First of all, I like that Donna said, what about 30-shot rally? So I think we might be in for a long match. But Coco's just been absolutely exceptional. And I think for me, the way she's handled the pressure since we've seen her when she came on the tour at 15 years old, it's just been incredible how she's been able to handle all that stuff that's thrown at her. She's got such a good head on her shoulders, a great team around her, great family. But I think her competitiveness, her determination, obviously we know one of her biggest assets is her speed around the court. She's one of the fastest players on the tour. Can argue maybe the fastest, but she's constantly trying to improve. She's starting to add a little bit more tools to her game, a little bit more variety. She's always constantly working on her serve, but the way she ended the year was on such a high, winning Beijing and then of course the WTA Finals in Riyadh.
incredible run there. Beat Świątek, Pegula, Sabalenka and Zheng Qinwen. That's some names in a week to rack those victories up. And for Donna Vekic, at 28 years of age, as we mentioned, highlighted by the Olympic silver, where she defeated Coco Gauff in the second round on the clay at Roland Garros. Fourth round at the US Open, semi-finalist at Wimbledon. And after the start of the year where she lost in the first round of the Australian Open and the third round of the French Open, that was tremendous. And so to have that record at the end of the year, Jill, was extraordinary and revitalised her career, no question about that. First title back in 2014. She's been around for a long time and didn't win a title last year, but those results saw her climb up inside the top 20. There's that confirmation of that Olympic result where, of course, Coco carried the flag with LeBron James in the rain at the opening ceremony.
I know, that was great. Yeah.
They had all of that attention around her.
I mean, to have to handle that as well. I mean, to be asked so young, her first Olympic Games, of course, to be asked to be the flag bearer, that's an incredible honor and something that, of course, she didn't want to pass up at all. But it was just another set of emotions that she had to deal with. Playing your first Olympics can feel overwhelming. It was the first time that it was a combined event that she played with the men. And that's part of the reason why she wanted to play the United Cup, because she loved that experience so much and wanted to be a part of this team again.
Current temperature 33 degrees, low humidity. It's one of those dry, hot days down under.
1 minute.
Barbara Schett's courtside for us and in the shade, thankfully now, Barbara, after the first match where the sun is beating down. It's warm and conditions are nice in the stands and a little tougher out on the court.
Yeah, they certainly are. It's certainly heated up the last couple of days, and when you're playing first match here, then you're sitting right in the sun. I mean, the players, yeah, they're moving, they've got their towels, they're prepared, but we have to prepare as well when we're exposed to the heat. But now it's very, very pleasant. I'm really looking forward to this encounter. I'm sure that Coco Gauff has been thinking about her strategy today thoroughly.
Two people that have had a love of the clay at Roland Garros, and Donna Vekic and the Team Croatia team captain, Eva Majoli. Welcome to you, Eva. And I think Donna would take a bit out of that last result, their only matchup between herself and Coco Gauff, and a victory on the way to that Olympic silver medal. So she's going to have to give a few words of encouragement here, so we'll just have to pause for a second. There we go. You're back, Eva. Are we interrupting the final words of advice?
Yeah.
Well, we'll leave you do that, and we'll rejoin you later. The timing from us wasn't perfect, so can't interrupt the final speech from the captain. What are you expecting, Barbara?
Well, I'm expecting Coco Gauff to be a tough cookie. She is very, very aggressive out there. I think probably the ball will come back one extra time, and I'm not sure if Vekic is willing to stay in the rally for that long, but I guess we'll find out shortly.
Play.
Yeah, I think what Barbara mentioned as far as getting into these long rallies, I think Vekic is going to be very, very well aware of having to, you know, stay in some of these rallies a little bit longer. She understands Gauff's quickness and knows that she's going to get a lot of balls back in play. So she's going to have to find that balance of being aggressive and also being patient and when to pull the trigger. Well, she gets the right way, just enough power behind that forehand from Gauff to cause the error. I like already that Vekic is looking to maybe use a little variety, try and catch Coco off guard. That's Coco Gauff's family, Candy, her mother on the left, and her two younger brothers, Cody and Cameron.
Where's Corey?
I don't know. He kind of tends to wander a little bit. He gets nervous.
Yeah, they never sit together, really. He gets so nervous, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Must be confusing when the mail arrives in the Gauff household to see Gauff. Who's it addressed to?
See Gauff, yeah.
Which one? They're all first names starting with C.
40-30.
I like when Gauff on the forehand goes for a little bit more shape on the return. That's a great play. Just tries to get it deep to force the opponent to hit up on the ball and then attacks on the backhand. Well, it's looking like a comfortable hold. Up 40 love and now back to deuce.
Both players had an opening encounter win against Leila Fernandez. Similar scoreline, 6-3, 6-2 for Gauff, 6-3, 6-3 for Vekic. I can't read my own notes. Vekic lost, of course. Similar scoreline.
Well, the numbers are the same.
Wins the opening game. I do have an L next to that result, but can't read my own writing. Not a first. Thanks for you're on top of it, Jill. And I was just poking it go.
Can't get confused. Well, speaking of the previous match against Fernandez, Gauff, this is where a lot of her backhands went. This is the placement. This is one of her strengths. That's definitely the area of Gauff that can create so many opportunities. She does mix it up quite a bit. You can see she uses a lot of the court, is able to utilize and spread the court, but most of her winners are coming on the cross court. That's the area that she's able to create a very good angle and get her opponents on the run. So when she's balanced and lined up for that backhand, that's where she feels most comfortable.
So despite the previous result with Vekic getting the only win between the two players, win predictor strongly in favour of Coco Gauff, who's serving here. Difficult into the sun too.
rallying. Really interesting to see if Gauff sometimes occasionally will use that higher, heavier ball she's capable of more often, because Vekic does like that ball coming into her strike zone. She's not afraid of the pace either, likes redirecting. So it'll be interesting if Gauff uses some variety. I mentioned the loss that Vekic had against Fernandez. I do feel like she was a bit rusty. And it was her first match of the season. And, you know, you always want some matches under your belt. It makes you feel more comfortable. So even though she lost, I already feel like she looks better. She looks a little bit more confident to start this match.
Yeah, I agree. She definitely looks better. I mean, she just arrived when she played against Fernandez. It was the first day, I believe. She only arrived a couple of days before, and that's obviously not enough. It's tough, yeah. Physically, you feel heavy-legged. You don't sleep that well, so she's looking better. They used to tell me when I used to be in a tour, each hour is a day.
I've heard that.
Have you heard that?
Yes, yeah. Each hour that there's a time difference.
Yeah.
It takes a day
That's
to
right.
adjust.
I used to find back in the day doing athletics, you could compete the next day, but then you needed to wait a week.
That's true. I agree with that. Because the
go
first
straight off the
day,
plane and
yes,
be ready to go.
That's true.
You could go okay, but otherwise,
yeah,
it took you a week to recover.
Oh, that's too good. It was actually a pretty good approach from Vekic. She's talking to the umpire about something, not quite sure, but I do like this approach, and I like that she's already looking to come forward into the net. But Gauff just able to get a good angle right at the feet.
And you can tell already by the way Vekic is playing, she's definitely targeting the forehand of Gauff a little bit more. We know that she can lose her rhythm there.
I think that's going to be a good serve against Vekic, using that body serve a little bit. She likes to hug that baseline, so if Gauff gets enough pace into the body, that could be a challenging return for Vekic.
The whole serve. We're a little removed from Coco Gauff's superstardom here in Australia, Jill, and highest paid female athlete in the world this year, according to Forbes. And tennis players dominate that list, but the off-court earnings rivaling the on-court in most cases, if not better. We get a taste of that during the Australian summer.
Right.
We'll see a lot of her with the various sponsors that are associated with the Australian Open, etc. But of course, her US Open win elevated her rapidly to the general consciousness of the US population. A lot to deal with at 20.
It's crazy. I felt like she dealt with it already at 15. There was so much attention on her at that age. she's definitely one that supersedes the sport, right? You have the stars, of course, but you have the real superstars. And I think there was so much tension on her at 15 when she first played the Wimbledon, where she got to the 4th round and beat Venus. And I remember, asking people if we could get an interview with her. And I felt like they handled it very well. It was the United States Tennis Association as well as Goff's family that were they kind of backed off. They did it in a very nice way, but they kind of didn't want to hype it up too much for her, because sometimes that can be a lot to handle and a little overwhelming. So I think they've done a good job from a young age for her to be able to progress and deal with that in a timely manner.
Making that transition from that age, from 15 to 20, so difficult.
Right.
In any case, in life generally,
That's true.
Let alone in sport.
Yeah. And it is. I mean, I talked to the coach of Goff, one of them who's here. There's, she added Matt Daly at the end of the year, but he's coming to Melbourne in a few days. But JC Farrell is with her, and he was saying she is really that grounded. The family's that grounded, very nice, respectful.
Fortunate there. Vekic not able to deal with the drive volley.
13-14.
Saves the first of the break points. Yeah, it's crucial, isn't it, to have some normal lifestyle around the craziness of sporting life. They've enjoyed coming down here for Christmas Day and, of course, New Year's Eve tonight. To strap themselves in because the hotel that we're all staying at is where the fireworks are on. Introduced a midnight one, which I know you're looking forward to, Jill.
I am. We do have the perfect view, I have to say. Right on the water, near the bridge. Perfect place to be able to set up to watch. I'm very happy to have early fireworks. That's what I'm all about. 9 p.m.
Thank you, Bobo.
Third time to charm for Coco Gauff, and the third break point gets the break to lead 2-1 in this opening set.
Team USA leads against 2-1.
So hard to see on the serve on that side. And like the first ball after. Yeah. So bright. It's like right there. Yeah, it started going flat.
Coco Gauff returned to the Team USA bench, talked about how difficult it was to see from that end. She threw it up and immediately lost the ball in the sunshine. So difficult.
And so the next ball was difficult too, because it does take a moment for your eyes to adjust. You lose that eyesight for just 1 or 2 seconds. So, and things happen fast with the way Vekic hits the ball. That ball's coming on back to her very quickly. Gauff just apologizing there because that forehand that hit the baseline was a miss hit. And so just had some different movement on the ball. Vekic actually handled it well, but couldn't get as aggressive as she would have liked. Exceptional control on that lob from Gauff. It wasn't the most effective drop shot, but Gauff relies on her speed so much that she doesn't panic. Even though Vekic had quite a bit of time on the drop shot, she just trusts her movement so much. That's a difficult shot to hit, that high backhand.
Consolidating the break with a service game to love. 3-1, Coco Gauff. We had a false start with Eva Maioli earlier, but Barbara Schett has dashed down into the Team Croatia team zone. Over to you, Barbara.
Yeah, this is perfect timing now. Eva, you have nothing better to do than talk to me. You're the coolest team captain, I have to say. You're wearing your sunnies.
Yes,
yeah.
I'm in Australia. Feels
you
good the way the sun is.
You're sun smart with your eyes as well. What do you think about Donna today? Obviously not an ideal start. She's down a break. What did you tell her to do today before the match?
Yeah, a little bit slow start from Donna. Tough conditions. Now the sun is right above her head, so not easy to surf from this side.
Give her your sunnies.
I know, I should. Yeah, a little bit slow start. We told her to be a little bit more aggressive and attack Coco's forehand a bit more. Yeah, trying to put a little bit extra pressure on the second serve. So let's see if she can do that later in the match.
So Donna obviously scored a win against Coco at the Olympics this year in Paris. Do you remember what she did well there against her? Was it attacking that forehand of Coco?
I think she was putting a lot of pressure on Coco's serves and definitely putting quite a lot of pressure on her forehand, and worked very well. She was serving well. But it's a new match, it's a new court. Donna definitely had the season of her career last year, playing well. Coco had a great end of the year last year with winning Beijing and also finals in Riyadh. So, I mean, it's the start of the year, first matches, everybody is just adjusting still.
Do you sometimes feel like you want to take a racket and go out there yourself?
We're going to play in a few weeks, Babsi.
True, you are. I'm not invited to play the Legends.
Come on, you'll be somewhere there. Come on.
Really, thank you so much, Eva. Go back and focus now.
Thank you. Thanks, Babsi.
Excellent chat there. And Jill, I'm just thinking we could just leave and we could leave Barbara and Eva to...
Yeah, I think they should.
Commentary duties for the rest of the match.
Do the commentary.
Very entertaining.
Yeah.
Good insight too, of course.
Yeah. She did make a good point, though. Completely different match here. I mean, obviously the Olympics was at Roland Garros. It was on the red clay. Vekic would have had a lot more time on the ball, I think, to be able to attack the forehand of Goff. This court skids a little bit more. So if Goff does get a look at a backhand, it's a little bit tougher to change direction with the pace if Vekic needs to try and target that forehand a little bit more. I do like the strategy of Goff because she's used the drop shot a couple times. I mean, that's what worked so well against Vekic that Fernandez did. Leylah Fernandez used the drop shot exceptionally well and brought Vekic forward. Sometimes Goff just trails the racket head on that forehand. Where she hits her forehand the best is where she commits to that extra acceleration through the ball. And that time she just slowed it up a bit. Let's look at J.C. Farrell, coach of Coco Gauff. Actually worked together a few years ago for a couple years and then had a little bit of break, but reunited in the last year and a half. Well, it's one thing to get to the drop shot, but it's another thing to be able to control that ball from such a low position. And Goff does an exceptionally good job. It was the perfect shot to hit deep into the corner to push Vekic back. I was just motioning that she needs to go for a little higher trajectory on that ball. Most of the returns that she's missed on the forehand have been into the net, so it just needs to readjust, look for that high, heavier ball that she's capable of. That's one, much better. And because she had been missing, didn't try and go for the edges of the court either. Made sure she got that rhythm deep down the center of the court.
Goff now in command in this opening set. The double break leads 4-1.
I'm too close on the second serve or too back?
The margins are so small, aren't they?
It's hard for me to lift it.
I guess didn't play a bad game then. And last point in particular, just a fraction long. All of a sudden, inside the half an hour, and Goff's well and truly in command. Now the heat starts. You start to feel the heat when the scoreline's 1-4 a little more. Flushed in the face.
Her face is red, yeah. I mean, those ice towels are so good. But you can't wait till it's too late. You got to use them from the first changeover. But most players have been doing that. But it is a very hot day today.
She looks a bit distressed there, Vekic, and that's a very quick turnaround from being okay to a lot of perspiration was dripping from her during that service game. But some heavy breathing, and you can see the faces feeling it. 35 degrees. Need some fans there. Scoreline not on her side at the moment, Donna Vekic, and neither of the conditions, because she looks like she's feeling it there. And you can see the perspiration coming down the arm, and the ice is everywhere on the legs and around the neck. The face is flushed. Hot. Looks like she's back home in Delray Beach, where it's just a beautiful day and nice and hot and sunny and completely unfazed by the warmth.
Used to those conditions, training in the heat consistently in Florida.
It's more humidity there, though.
It is a little bit more, yes.
It's quite
definitely.
Dry. I'm back, by the way.
Okay.
Welcome back.
We hear
Very
you.
nice interview.
Thank you.
You may not have heard us. Jill and I were happy for you and Eva just to continue on for the rest of the match.
Yeah, just keep going.
Oh, easily we could have done that. If you need a break, let me know. I'll go and speak to her again.
All right. Thank you. See you later.
You got to have depth against Coco Gauff. That's one thing where Vekic is struggling a little bit. But I do feel that Vekic sometimes is preparing the point quite well, but then the execution is not there, really.
Still struggling with the sun on that side.
That's why Eva is wearing the sunglasses.
Yeah, exactly. I think Goff wasn't quite ready for that return because I don't think she felt
sometimes
too happy with her serve. Yeah, go ahead.
Sometimes you can't see, right? When
yeah,
you look
after,
right
yeah.
into the sun, everything seems to be bright, too bright. And when she starts changing her ball toss, it's not good on her serve.
There's the better depth throughout that rally from Vekic.
You talked about it with Eva. the sunglasses, but you rarely, if ever, very rarely see players wear sunglasses.
Yeah, not too many actually. I think there's a few doubles players probably. I remember Sam Stosur used to wear sunglasses, but it's a thing you have to be used to that as well. I wouldn't have liked to play with sunnies. Did you play with sunnies?
No, I didn't like it. It changes everything. It changes the color of the court. I don't know. I felt like it was distracting.
Yeah, same. My husband used to play with sunnies, by the way, in doubles, always protecting his eyes.
Interesting golf there. Felt like she needed to change direction there down the line. She was pretty off balance, but trying to avoid the Vekic backhand in that rally.
Back and drags the scoreline back to 2-4.
That's a great fight. I think Vekic needs to pay attention to that point too, because that high ball was what really set up the fact that she could just step into that forehand, and that's where she likes to dictate, when she has time inside the court. So maybe using that higher ball more often for Vekic could be a good play.
And she's so good dictating, isn't she, with the forehand, especially out of the middle. She can really spread the ball with so much power. Not many women playing faster than her.
Starting to serve a little stronger, hitting her spots better. Placement of the serve.
13-15.
And that first shot after a good serve, her execution is just phenomenal, I think. You could wake her up at 3 o'clock in the morning and she'll do that with her eyes closed probably as well, while yawning.
Good weapon to have if there's an intruder, I would have thought. It's at 3 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, you gotta have your racket right next to the bed though.
Gets the break and then holds her own serve. So good fight back for Vekic here. Still trails the break. Golf leads 4-3.
Team USA leads for games for 3. Board change, please.
The Ningaloo Reef area, home of some of the best hikes in Western Australia. Incredible scenery, coastline. A world of nature in this beautiful part of the world. Known, of course, for its reef. But a lot of the people enjoy the land-based activities there. Not wanting to deal with the whale sharks, which I've discoveed, Jill, can't actually eat you, which is very good news.
Thank goodness, otherwise I wouldn't go in the water.
It's a bit disconcerting at the end of the court here when they the big whale shark travels across the screen. Looks like it's about to consume the ball kids. Passionate fans, the Croatians, and always like the water polo cap. If you're going to get dressed up, you wear the soccer shirt with the water polo cap and the sunglasses and the sweatband. That's got just about everything.
Time.
He looks very happy.
Yeah. It's a good little 10 minutes for Donna Vekic. Goff still with the break, serving at 4-3, new balls.
Sometimes when Goff on that forehand wing, when she has time, that's when she struggles the most, doesn't she? When she has time to think, what am I going to do? Where am I going to play it? Definitely targeting that wing now, Vekic.
Well, it's interesting if you think of their game styles and their strengths. Vekic is obviously targeting the forehand consistently, but she has the weapons to be able to do that. She's very aggressive on the forehand and can hit that corner, but she also has a nice backhand down the line and feels comfortable hitting that shot to continue targeting the Goff forehand.
Just caught the line, I think.
She knows she was lucky there. Sometimes those easy ones are the hardest ones to play because you just lose focus a little bit and then things can go wrong.
Good service game. It was such a short reply that Goff did a good job of actually hitting through that ball and just charging the net. I think she thought the pressure of sprinting forward was going to be enough, but just didn't get the approach shot away from the center of the court too much.
It's also interesting that she took that with the backhand out of the
middle.
middle.
She's going to, yeah.
I think Goff, after dropping her previous service game, holds here, extends the lead to 5-3.
Team USA leads 5 games to 3.
I mean, it's interesting that the return, I mean, again, trying so hard to get it to the forehand. I mean, I think it is a good play. That's the strategy that she needs, but sometimes you got to pick and choose when to do that. But that's how much she feels under pressure, I think, when you go to the Goff backhand. It's such a world-class shot.
$50.
A little bit too last-minute decision there from Vekic.
59.
That's what Donna Vekic likes. You mentioned it, Jill, before. Just when she gets that ball hip height, that's where she feels most comfortable. And that was a powerful rally from both players.
I like that return. Using a little bit more angle to stretch Vekic way off court. Just feels so under pressure to have to do something with the shot because the whole court is open.
To maintain that power, but you kind of feel that when it's a slugfest, Vekic has got the advantage. Powerful ball.
Deuce.
Temperature up to 35 degrees outside. It'd be warmer than that on court. Much.
A little bit more rotation on the forehand overall from Goff than Vekic. Vekic likes to hit just overall a little bit more flatter ball on both wings. Wow, that was excellent. So deep in the court. Just a great example of understanding the length of the court. That one just landed right inside the baseline, but to find the corner on that, that's just so well executed.
Not easy, but a good service hold for Vekic. And force Goff to serve for this opening set.
Team USA leads 5 games to 4.
Olsztyn od Majce.
Dobre, meni ovo.
Looks like a boxer in the sit down in between rounds, Vekic, trying to just get as much fluid, food, cool down a half a degree if possible. Spent. Final day of 2024 in Perth, a scorcher, and Donna Vekic is feeling every part of the 35 degrees we've got at the moment, taking everything that she can in the sit down to cool the body temperature down. Coco looks like she's playing in a completely different condition.
I know she does. She looks so fresh.
Is it different where she is, Barbara? Is it 15 degrees cooler where Coco's operating?
Exactly. It's 50 degrees on the side where Donna Vekic is playing and about 30. But, you know, everybody deals with the heat differently. Some people are just not made for hot weather. And I talked to Donna actually the other day about how she was feeling physically against Leylah Fernandez if it was hot and it wasn't such a hot day. She said, no, she was fine. She just gets a really red face. Maybe she plays.
Let's see.
Great defense from Goff there.
15 love.
Well, great strength as well with that left hand, just to be able to get enough pace and keep it low to make it a difficult shot for Vekic.
Nice coverage there from Vekic. Noticed that drop shot immediately, and then what I'm more impressed was that volley at the end, how close she moved to the net. Have a look at that.
How quickly she got over there to cover that. I was surprised Goff didn't go for the lob, actually. She would have seen Vekic pretty close to the net.
30-15.
Sasha Bayan now working with Donna Vekic. Really very early, only in the last 3 weeks they just started.
Let for service.
I love how Donna Vekic just sticks to that game plan, just trying to dictate as many points as possible. I mean, that is her game style. And she's certainly not giving up. This is a good comeback in this game.
Just great hustle from Goff and just doing a good job of using those low balls just to set up the perfect put away on the backhand. Oh, wow.
That is such a difficult return to hit.
Yes.
Off a first serve, backhand down the line.
Yes.
And she has played it like she hasn't done anything else before. Look at that. Stability. At the depth, the power, the speed. 113 kilometers an hour. That's fast.
A little bit unfortunate there for Vekic, that ball clipping the net and just popping up there for Goff. Chose the perfect shot here too, just noticing Vekic having to move forward, expecting the drop shot. So good choice going with some depth.
Close time, but in the end, Coco Golf prevails to take the opening set 6-4, just under the hour, 55 minutes for Team USA. An entertaining set. Off getting the early break. Vekic having a good middle section to fight back, but in the end, the two breaks of serve was enough for Goff to hang on.
It was a very close set, and I mean, hanging on I think is the right word. I feel like just scraping by to get that first set, but that's one of Goff's biggest weapons is her fight and determination. She's so hard to get that ball consistently past, and that's what Donna Vekic is trying to do, trying to out-hit her and overpower, but the speed of Goff was exceptional. I think the first serve needs to maybe increase a little bit as far as the percentage, because that's where Vekic can really control a lot of these points, is off that first ball on the return and just trying to get Goff consistently moving. But I think Vekic played a pretty good set. She had the right game plan, trying to pressure the Goff forehand side. And it was just really a point or two here or there. And I think Vekic has to take a little bit of confidence knowing that she fought hard to make it a 6-4 set. She was down 4-1, so it was a good fight back.
So Coco Gauff taking the opening set here. Team USA, the opening match of the tie with Taylor Fritz defeating Borna Coric 6-3, 6-2. And get the win here. They will go through to the quarterfinal and play Team China, who are the runners-up from their group. The defending champions, Team Germany meeting Team Kazakhstan tomorrow morning. Setting up at the wrong end, headed down the other end, was too focused on the court announcer asking the Team USA chant. She was giving that the thumbs up. Talked about her fight with Coco Gauff. She was the only women's player last year to make the 4th round and beyond of all of the Grand Slams.
That's all about that consistency. That's what a lot of players talk about. They like having those big wins, but for those top players to make that extra push up in the rankings, that's the thing they talk about the most, is being consistent across the course of an entire season.
Which in some ways goes to show the depth in the women's games. You know, Sabalenka was unfortunate. She missed Wimbledon, of course, with injury, but Svitolina and Paolini, Navarro, 3 of the 4, through to the 4th round and beyond. Gauff was the only one to make it to that stage in all 4 of the Grand Slams. I think you'd prefer 1 Grand Slam win, though, wouldn't you, than 4th round and beyond?
I would.
In a year?
I definitely
Barbara,
would.
Oh, yeah, I'd take it all day. Definitely. But the good thing with Coco Gauff, even if she has not such a great day, you know, with her tennis, she can always rely on her physicality. And that is outstanding, the way she covers the court, the way she moves. She's such an amazing athlete.
15-13.
You bring up a good point, Barbara, because that's something that Coco has mentioned quite a bit, because that U.S. Open title that she did win, she actually didn't feel like she played her best tennis. And I always found it really impressive for someone so young to be able to embrace that perspective, or have that understanding that you aren't going to be 100% every day.
Especially in tennis when there's so much competition every week.
Has Vekic under pressure here too in the opening service game. and gets the break. So fast start after taking the first set. Coco Gauff breaks to lead 1-love. And that's another hallmark, isn't it? When you get to the front, you put the foot down, and now Vekic under enormous pressure. Conditions starting to build.
Not the best opening game there from Vekic. Actually, a few pretty loose errors. I thought she was going to come out a little bit stronger than that, knowing that she was so close to evening out that first set. Maybe just lost a little bit of focus.
Well, she constantly has to play on a high level, doesn't she? And I have to say, especially in that first set, Coco Gauff, she just won the big points, the most important ones at the end. She did have that comfortable break, but it was tight at the end. Yeah, I've seen that right away. Again, I'm just sitting right there courtside, and I can see that ball toss. Too low, too far out front. Borna Coric had problems with it today as well.
The human mind and body's a weird thing, isn't it? The ball toss is the one thing in tennis that's static, doesn't change. It's a close skill, correct.
Yeah.
There's just you and the ball.
Yep.
But it's incredible how often sometimes it won't go where you want it to go.
Well, it's amazing how often you practice it, but yet it can still be not consistent sometimes.
But you can always let it bounce. If you notice, okay, that's not right, just don't go along with it. The first thing is to notice it, I think. And there is that ball toss from Coco Gauff. You can see it's pretty much out front.
Yeah.
That was probably high enough. I think it could be higher.
My colleague Wally Masur, if he was here now, would say to you, if it leaves the hand, it's in play. And I agree.
People have argued for that rule to be put into place. You have to hit whatever,
do whatever you can.
Toss.
As soon as it leaves your hand, it's in play.
I think the argument for that was to speed up the game a little bit, but I don't think it would speed it up that much. Why does Wally want to put that into play?
If you're having a bad day, you have too many opportunities to have a free pass, I think.
He's never had problems with his ball toss, obviously, Wally.
Wow, that's too good.
That's another game for Coco Gauff. Yeah, it's easy to say as someone who's not and has never been a professional tennis player, but
I don't know. It doesn't bother me. It never bothered me if you have to catch the toss and restart and start all over again.
as long as Pat Rafter's style. Sorry, mate. Sorry, mate. Fast start to this second set.
Vekic needed that point. Actually, just a nice shorter return just to get her rhythm back. She's been pressing a little bit in the start of the second set. I do like the fact that Goff went for the forehand cross there. She's been determined to hit that forehand down the line consistently. She's been missing that one in the net. So I like that. You have a little bit more room to go on the cross and was going for such good depth. So I felt like that was a pretty good choice from Goff, even though she missed it.
On coming to the forehand of Coco Gauff, the ball. I agree, this is a very important hold for Vekic. Big difference if you're trailing 2-1 or 3-love. It's a long way back.
She does hold. Still down the break. Team USA 2-1, second set.
Team USA leads 2 games to 1.
Just joining us, Team USA looking for a spot in the quarterfinals where Team China await. That'll be tomorrow here in Perth. Taylor Fritz getting Team USA off to a winning start. Straight set 6-3, 6-2 win over Coric. Coco Gauff taking the opening set here 6-4. It's up a break with the first service game of this second set. Warm day in Perth, 35 degrees. Temperature still rising. 1:15 local time.
50 love. Very low. Love.
It's one of the easiest service games we've seen from Coco Gauff.
Team USA
Barbara's
3 games to 1.
Dashed into the Team USA zone with Desiree Kravchuk. Be pretty happy with proceedings at the minute.
Desiree, how are you enjoying this encounter here? I think Coco's doing quite well, isn't she?
Yeah, she's playing really well. She's really taking the lead right now, and she's serving really well, hitting her spots really well, and yeah, it's been a good match.
What impresses you the most when you watch her out there? Is it her physicality, or what is it?
Yeah, it's her strength and her power, and she moves very well. Like, I mean, they've been having a lot of long points and moving side to side. She's just a really athletic player and really fun to watch from the sidelines.
Desiree, how have you been enjoying yourself so far during this United Cup? Have you had fun?
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. We've had good camaraderie, and we've been able to spend a lot of time together doing our escape rooms, the traditional escape rooms every year. So it's been really fun.
It's the last day of the year. Any New Year resolutions for you?
I don't
Off
know.
the court, maybe not on the court. Have you thought about that?
You know, just enjoying it and just going out there. It's a new year coming up, so my 9th year on tour, and just really still loving to play and being part of Team USA.
We're hoping to see you here competing as well. Is there a chance you're playing the mixed?
I don't know. I mean, I think we'll see how it goes today, and then but I think Coco and Taylor will play, so I back them up.
I'll keep enjoying your time here. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Love 13.
We heard about that escape room tradition and the fact that they'd never ever escaped until Coco's arrived for her first United Cup, and then all of a sudden they're out.
They didn't get out one time though. I think they got out once, but then they didn't get out the other time.
Right.
But she said it was she was claiming it wasn't her fault.
Okay. Threw Taylor under the bus, I think. Didn't know how to work a lock. It was an interesting choice for Gauff because she's won the last 2 Auckland titles, so didn't go back there this year. That tournament now underway, so obviously not defending, and sometimes creatures of habit, but a change up for Gauff this year.
Yeah, I think she wanted to definitely mix it up. She misses going to Auckland. She loves that tournament, but after experiencing the Olympics, and she mentioned, you know, every tournament on the calendar year, almost everyone is individual and you're out there on your own. So she liked that team atmosphere. So wanted to incorporate it in the new season.
And she heard about the escape room situation.
And she heard about the escape room. Held that forehand nicely. Just long enough. Vekic forced to have to make a guess. Well done from Gauff.
Well, that was not the way that Donna Vekic wanted to lose that game, that's for sure. She's fought so hard, but now really up against it. 2 breaks, 4-1, Team USA.
Great job. Awesome service game.
So good.
Great play.
Thanks.
definitely feel the pressure.
Right, it was interesting hearing there from Desiree about the movement of Coco Gauff. The thing that I'm really impressed with watching her from behind her when she's at this end of the court is how quickly she gets back into position. She's playing the shot, but her body's into that shot, but moving back to the center of the court in the same motion, which is extraordinary, really. She's so fast.
She is so fast, and that's a tricky part in tennis because you constantly have to change direction, and she does it so well. She's very balanced, and once again, I think she's a phenomenal athlete. I would risk to say that she's even a better athlete out there than Serena Williams was at her peak, the way she's moving around. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, it's a big call. We were just talking about Coco Gauff's movement, and we heard from Barbara saying that she thinks that at her prime she's even better than Serena, which is a big statement. But it's just so impressive how quickly she moves back for the next shot. It's getting to the one that's there and now is one thing, but to move back into position, it's very impressive.
It's an area of movement that a lot of players work on, actually, because a lot of players can be quick side to side and even forward and backward, but it's about being able to stop abruptly and hit your brakes hard to be able to get back, and that's a whole different kind of training that you have to work on. And yeah, Gauff's very good at it.
Very strong core as well. So stable on that side-to-side movement.
And a lot of stability comes from being very low with your legs as well. That's where also it's important to be that low gravity so you can get back into the court quickly.
Yeah, that's a brilliantly executed drop shot.
Yeah, every drop shot is more effective when the opponent is not in position, that's for sure. And this time, have a look at Coco Gauff. She's not in the picture anymore now, but she was just moving backwards. And then it's a long way to get there, even for her. As we've just talking about how quick she was, she doesn't get there.
Well, she's still quick, but that was a deft touch from Vekic.
That's such a heavy ball. Those two back-to-back down the line backhands in a row, previous couple points.
I'm almost more impressed with that forehand slice at the beginning of the rally. She was clearly in the defense and then turned into offense at that point.
Serving a lot better in this second set. That first serve percentage has increased, which is allowing her to dictate quite a few of these points.
It's a good fight back from Goff, trailing at love 30 to take the game and lead 5-1 now. Inside of the finish line for Team USA, a spot in the quarterfinals.
Team USA leads 5 games to 1.
New balls on their way.
That's a great pickup from Vekic. It was a very good return from Goff.
He just lifted her upper body here. And look at that extreme grip once again. It happens every now and then that you frame a ball. The timing has to be exact.
40-11. Game, Team Croatia.
Vekic holds and stays alive for the time being. Goff leading 5-2.
5 games to 2.
Now, it's a warm day in Perth today at 35 degrees, which means it would be 45 at the Pinnacles, which is 570 kilometres north of Perth. Sandstone National Park formations, Numbung National Park, 160 kilometres. It's near the coast, 30,000 years ago. Spectacular area for photography. Often see photo shoots there late at night, early morning. Spectacular. Not sure if RAC Arena is designed based on the Pinnacles. Don't think so. The relaxed demeanour of Coco Gauff's hardly changed throughout this match. Blisteringly hot conditions don't seem to be affecting her at all. It's been well in command here. You're on the precipice of the spot in the quarterfinals. Team China will await. Germany and Kazakhstan confirmed in the other quarterfinal here. The winners of those two encounters heading to Sydney. Italy have got their way through to the quarterfinal. The rest of the spots still to be determined. Vekic's racing out, doing her best to convince Goff that she's still feeling $1 million. Needs to produce something out of the hat here to continue. Ends the year in winning fashion and sends Team USA through to the quarterfinals here at the United Cup. Dominant display, 6-4, 6-2. Too good, I think, is the way they described that in tennis parlance.
Yeah, it was exceptional. Actually, the first set was really close, and I felt like Donna was going to make a little bit of a push in that second set. I think she just lost a little bit of energy, but Coco Gauff also lifted her level in that second set. She got better, got a little bit more aggressive. Her serve got better in that second set, so she really actually never allowed Vekic to put her foot on the gas in that second set. Just played very, very well.
So Team USA can turn their attention to Team China. Of course, we still have a mixed doubles to come. Won't impact the outcome. Let's join Barbara courtside with Coco Gauff.
Coco, congratulations. The last time you faced Donna at the Olympics, actually, I don't want to bring that up, but you lost that match. Today, it went your way. How happy are you about that victory?
Yeah, really happy with how I played today. She's a great player. And, you know, the Olympics loss hurt, so I definitely was thinking about it today to just as motivation to do better. And, you know, happy to send my team. Yeah, we're through the quarterfinals, so let's go.
Let's go, Team America. If you would pick one thing today, what you've done well, what would that be?
Definitely serve. You know, the game I got broken, she played a great game. I have no regrets off that game, and especially on that side, it was tough with the Suns. So I'm really happy with how I served today and just competed throughout the whole match.
So we don't have much left of 2024. I think it's about 10.5 hours. What have you got planned for tonight, and what are your New Year's resolutions?
I kind of like stopped doing New Year's resolutions because it works for like 2 weeks and then I don't keep up with it. So, you know, I don't know. There are no resolutions. I think just do better than I did the year before. Plans tonight, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know, escape room or fireworks. I don't know. But yeah, I guess New Year's resolution is just do better than I did last year.
Well, when I talked to you 4 days ago, you did tell me a New Year's resolution. Remember that one?
Oh yeah, I think it was to be off my phone less. Yeah. Well,
scary?
Yeah, very scary. You know, I'm a typical like Gen Z attached to the phone, but I'm gonna try to read more books this year. This year, I think I read like 16 or something like that. So I'm gonna try to go for like 22. Let's go for that.
That's a good effort. Well, if you keep on playing the way you're playing, you won't have that much time. Coco Gauff, congratulations. Put your hands together for Coco.
good thing to do for all of us. Less phone, more reading of books.
She's got such a great personality. I love that she just all of a sudden bursts out with this little laugh. Well, so mature for someone so young.
And not worried about, you know, saying something that, you know, that we can see sometimes the players, they want to say something, they think, will this get me into trouble, or revealing something, that you're just being yourself, and we like it. Let's take a look at the statistical summary from that encounter.
Yeah, I think overall Coco will be very happy. I think her serve was good. She mentioned that. I think it actually got better in the second set as well. So I think she was pleased with that number rose. It was 78% first serve points won, and also a few more unforced errors from Vekic. A lot of the more of those came in that second set. I think, you know, Goff just put a little bit more pressure on her as that match went along. But Goff should be very happy with the way she has started this new season.
So still have a mixed doubles to come, but Team USA have secured their spot in the quarterfinal. Coco Gauff getting the win, ending the year on that winning note. Straight sets. That's it for me from 2024. I'm going to rest, and I'm not going to work until 2025. That's my New Year's resolution. Jill, thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
More to come. Not too far away from RAC Arena here in Perth.
on my skirt. Oh, tag. Tag out the way. Thanks. You can.
We have players, we just don't have the other captain, but I think that we'll be able to play. So let's go.
We go?
All good with me. Yeah.
Please welcome for our next match, representing Croatia, Petra Marcinko and Ivan Dodig. And their opponents for today's match, representing the United States of America, Coco Gauff and Taylor Fritz.
A very warm welcome back to the RAC Arena here in Perth for the last bit of business in the group stage of the United Cup Perth edition for 2025. This team, the US team, guaranteed to move forward to the quarterfinals tomorrow. Croatia, well, they have pride to play for. And whenever Croatian players play with the flags on their chest, they do exude incredible pride. They have Eva Maioli in their corner, Ivan Dodig, and an incredibly big moment for Petra Marcinko, 19 years old, making her United Cup debut here alongside 39-year-old Ivan Dodig. And incredibly, it will be Coco Gauff and Taylor Fritz coming back out to team up for Team USA.
Guys, this is Noah doing our coin toss. Only thing for me, you'd know about the red button. Your captain can hit the red button for a 60-second timeout if your team is serving the next point. Any questions? Noah did want to ask this side. What are you asking? Can you remember? John or AO? AO's the call. Go for it. It's John, this side. Serving. And photo, guys, just a photo facing this way. Oh, good. Noah, you're in the middle.
Good work there from the umpire to make sure Noah got his photo. I'm such a fan of those Hot Shots kids that do the coin tosses. They're always so polite and so diligent. They are absolutely lovely. I'm Catherine Rittiger. Alongside me, John Fitzgerald, and we'll have Jill Crabas courtside as well. I said it's incredible to see Coco Gauff and Taylor Fritz coming out to play this mixed doubles, because they don't need to be doing this. They're doing this because they want to.
Yeah, and I think, Catherine, it's a good move because they, weren't taxed that deeply, were they, in their singles matches, either of them, and I think this gives them a little bit more base to play with when they get to the serious end of this competition now. So I think a good practice opportunity, particularly when they're learning how to play together. Good move.
Now, speaking of learning how to play together, how about Team Croatia? 39-year-old Ivan Dodig here. Had a decent singles career, something that people often forget about him. 4th round of Wimbledon in the singles, but a 4-time mixed doubles Grand Slam champion, 3-time men's doubles Grand Slam champion, and still playing great tennis at 39 years of age, partnering that young woman, Petra Marcinko, 19, has played just 31 career doubles matches, all of those at ITF level. This is a huge moment for her.
It is, and I can't help thinking that there is only one spring chicken on that end of the court, because one of them is not.
It's not often you see a pairing where one member is double the age, more than double the age of the other.
Yep.
And a real testament to the longevity of doubles players these days.
Well, it is. It's changed a bit, and players feel like there's a better opportunity here on the tour than post-tour, so they milk it as much as they can, but good for them. I mean, the opportunity's there. The market value, I guess, is there to a large degree for them, and why not travel and enjoy? I noticed it seems like he's here with a child or two, Ivan, too, this trip, so good on him.
beautiful day here in Perth, a hot one. This stadium, this RAC Arena, is absolutely incredible. There's some sort of air conditioning system that, despite the fact it's outdoor, makes it incredibly pleasant and comfortable for the crowd sitting watching. But out on the court, in the sun, it is scorching. Luckily, Jill Crabass at Courtside is in the shade. How are you doing, Jill?
I'm doing great. Yes, thank goodness I'm in the shade. It's actually really nice. My position, I'm right where I can see Coco Gauff and Taylor Fritz perfectly on this side. And it is exciting to see them come out and play mixed. You know, the start of the season is always about making sure you want a lot of matches, and I think that's part of the strategy, to come out and just get one more match under your belt going into tomorrow's quarterfinal. But I'm curious to see how Marchenko does, because this is obviously a big moment for her, just 19 years old, and just to be able to have this opportunity to have these other 3 players on the court that she's probably watched a lot of on television. And I think she's going to come out here and she's going to want to enjoy this moment. But I love that she's getting this opportunity to do this.
Yeah, incredible for her. She's standing alongside a Croatian legend in doubles, and she's looking down the other end of the court and seeing Coco Gauff, who, well, I imagine she's an inspiration for all young tennis players. So a really incredible learning experience for young Petra Marchenko. Now, Coco Gauff and Taylor Fritz in mixed doubles the other night against Leylah Fernandez and Felix Auger-Aliassime was one of my highlights of the week so far here in Perth. Taylor Fritz against the Leylah Fernandez serve was a joy to watch, Fitzy. It was incredibly comical. I mean, Taylor Fritz was perfectly prepared to have a laugh about this after the match, and good on him for that, but he just could not return Leylah Fernandez's serve. It was fascinating to watch.
Well, it was certainly the tall and the short of it, wasn't it? I imagine his serve was bouncing pretty high for Leylah too, but she takes the ball early, to her credit, and that would have been interesting too, to see how she handled the power of Taylor. But she's a pocket rocket, Leylah, and really good to watch in her own right.
It just goes to show that this sport is about so much more than just power, isn't it? Because of course the men hit the ball, you know, on average harder than the women, but I often am struck in mixed doubles by how the women handle the pace actually generally really quite well. Sometimes it can be the spins that are what they're less used to.
I think so, and I think with strength, general strength, comes different spins. So the racket head speed is the same on the serve, but if you hit it less flat, it spins more and causes more problems. Exactly, and probably a prime example why Serena's serve, because of her strength, was so difficult, and she could get it to move and kick, and makes a difference. I think the hard, flat ball quite often is the easiest. Just use the pace, shorten your swings.
Yeah, and I think that's why even from the back of the court in his rallies with Leylah Fernandez, Taylor Fritz wasn't doing much damage to her because he hits a fairly flat ball, and she was pretty comfortable rallying with him from the back, and he would just keep hitting it harder and harder, and it wasn't getting him anywhere.
A little bit of talent and feel from Ivan in the second point there. Nice half volley. little bit bricky there, though, on the backhand volley. He dropped that one in a non-advantageous spot there, the first volley.
I saw him play the mixed a couple of days ago with a different partner, and he certainly was rusty in the early stages. That'll do, though, to get on the board in the opening set. Played with a different partner a couple of days ago, did Coric. But it was pretty clear from the outset that he was going to be the pick on the men's side for the mixed doubles for Team Croatia. It's been a tough tournament for Croatia, hasn't it? The shining light being that comeback victory for Borna Coric over Felix Auger-Aliassime. Feels a long time ago, that, doesn't it? Only 2 or 3 days ago, but a lot of tennis has been played here in Perth since then. Felix has had a comeback victory of his own since then over Taylor Fritz. He was furious at himself after that, Taylor Fritz. So getting the W in the singles today was important for him, both for the team and for himself personally, I think.
Well, the height of that ball coming down from his tall body and long arms creates a lot of angle, and Petra may not have seen too many balls like that before. It'll take her a while to get used to that. I really admire the fact that Coco's played so much doubles in her early career. Surely that helps the development of a player. And she's no stranger to the doubles court and had enormous success there. Possibly more success in doubles, really, at the top level than even her singles. So
40.
That's a tough angle, isn't it?
Yeah. Uses his height well, doesn't he? I also think it's helped her enjoy the sport. You know, she's had a lot to deal with for a 20-year-old.
Trick shot. A reverse serve.
Hmm.
40, 50.
So this is a trick serve. You don't see that too often. Played at 40 love, I guess, because there was no real pressure there.
What do you think of that?
Oh, I'm just glad he didn't put his arm out. But you don't want to hurt that wrist either.
Doesn't seem a very Taylor Fritzy thing to do that somehow.
No. See, there's the kick. That's the change, the difference between the hard, flat one and one that just bites, gets up high. It can be confusing. So he's rolling his wrist the other way on this attempt at a reverse slice almost, trying to get the ball to move wide, but didn't give it a chance really to get over that net.
Is he doing that just for a bit of fun?
Oh, I think so. I think.
Straight in the net.
Love, 15.
You would expect some nerves here from Marchenko. Incredibly inexperienced, let alone at this level, sharing the court with this caliber of partner and opposition.
So a nervous start, and at second serve, we would expect both Goff and Fritz to attack as time goes on. Ivan Dodig might have his work cut out there trying to cross on this.
15-30.
Well done. That would have been a bit hard mentally, I would have thought, after 4 faults to come up with that. Good effort. Well, that's where Dodig is the experienced man on court. The short exchanges, quick hands. Well played, young lady.
Nice serve, isn't it, when she connects with it?
Team Croatia leads by 2-1.
2-1 lead, opening set for Croatia. All smiles in both camps at that sit down.
What a great opportunity for a young woman from Croatia to sit there on the change of ends and listen to the former French Open champion, give her pearls of wisdom. It's all a learning process. You don't know it all at 19 years of age, that's for sure. And at 39, you don't know it all.
And good on Eva Maiodi for giving Marchenko this opportunity as well, for trusting her with it.
15 left.
The Coco Gauff serve in singles has been unreal. Looks improved on last season.
Dodig was so quick to get to that ball, to take that second one out of there. And he just continues to improve. I was actually impressed. You know, he's had so many doubles titles, but it was at 38 years of age that he got the most in a year of 5. That was in 2023. It's an incredible stat, actually, for how long he's been playing. Just loves being out there.
He doesn't always necessarily look like he loves being out there, does he? But he's got his very personal demeanour. He's, yeah, he is having fun. He's just keeping it on the inside. Of course, we had Rahambapana reaching doubles world #1 this year, over the age of 40. Incredible.
40-30. Game. Team USA. 2 games on.
Picking up where she left off from the singles. Comfortable on serve for Goff.
Jill, I'm not sure about you, but for me, my memory tells me that there always seemed like more tension in singles. And then if you could actually get a win on a singles court, it made the doubles feel so sort of relaxed and easy. And I'm sure Coco feels a bit of that.
I think especially in the mixed, right? I mean, it doesn't happen very often where you play mixed doubles. Of course, it only happens at the Slams or United Cup, Olympics, so it's very rare. And it's a different kind of feel. Yeah, excellent return to the feet. It's a different kind of feel, and you know, from the start, Taylor and Coco have been laughing almost between every point. And actually, after Marchenko won her service game, you know, she had that serious look about her, and then when she was able to hold, Dota got her laughing and joking, so that was good to see. It's just a little bit more lighthearted and loose. It's great.
Yeah, I'm sure it's important for Petra to feel a release of some of those nerves, and for the Americans here, they know they're already through. So they deserve to be relaxed. First point of this game, Dota hit that flat, hard serve straight into the two-hander of Coco and wore it. It's a better option, I think, to take a bit of speed off, make the ball move more. I mean, you've got to mix it up, and occasionally you've got to go for the big one. But if you don't get it close to the line, all of these modern players can just meet the ball with a short backswing.
Yeah, she's not troubled by flat base, Coco Gauff.
Love 40.
Coco thought she'd missed it.
Yeah,
she
thought
did.
She missed it. That was amazing strike on the ball. Wow, look at that. Just caught the line.
That was the reverse of the Laura Siegmund, who fist pumped yesterday before the out call came. And had to kind
I've seen that before, Catherine.
Horrible feeling. Oh, what a return to get the break. Sublime game from the Americans, not so for the Croatians. 3-2 to Goff and Fritz.
Do you think if she's at the net, it'd be up on the eye, or?
She's in net?
Yeah.
I think outside of eye.
Yeah.
I think outside of eye, yes.
I think in, no.
I think in eye, it's like...
But I think that she can't hit a good enough volley off the return. Like,
She just kind of like protected herself. I agree with that. I'm more worried about if I don't hit a good return.
Yeah,
and
but
then he can go ahead.
yeah, but I mean, if I can volley Felix ball, I can try to volley his.
It's better to have the optic pressure of Coco.
Because I don't want us both back in there at the net. That's tough.
Oh, really? I think that's totally fine for us. When you got two people at net, you're only as good as the worst volley.
True. I think I'm up. At 40 love, too, I think I'm up.
I think it's good practice.
Yeah. If it's like deuce, then I can always go back. I think to practice, like, up is
exactly. You always like that.
Yeah, but I mean,
especially when we're playing a doubles player. If we're playing like a top doubles player, then I'm back.
Well, with Felix, we were back.
Yeah, but the guy is like a way better player than me. He's a way better server than me. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
I have confidence on your return.
Yeah, no. It's just like they played high, so I was like, I don't really know exactly where I'm going to return.
It doesn't matter. I think when she's at the net, it doesn't matter.
Time. That's fair. I think
you guys are maybe overanalyzing.
Well, we learned this about the Fritz Goff mixed doubles pairing the other night, that they do our jobs for us. They do all the analysis at the sit-downs, and it's fascinating. Particularly Taylor Fritz, who is a real chatty Cathy.
He is, and isn't it interesting, you know, players think differently, and they think to the way their game is styled, really, what suits them. And we saw a bit of contradiction there in opinion, and it's all healthy.
She deals with it well, doesn't she, Coco?
She knows what her strengths are too.
Very gently just says, yeah, I don't know.
Maybe a little mistake there from Coco. She really gave Petra a simple opportunity there with that deep push on this volley, the second one. Should have put that away, doesn't, and then just plays it straight into an area that puts her under pressure.
Bit casual from Coco.
I think she was a little bit surprised that it was floating so easily up there. I think she, Marchenko was so close to the net. I think she was expecting a little bit of a harder shot to come off the racket, so just rushed it at the end.
It's an indication of how good Coco is. I mean, she's 20 years of age, and we talk about her as though she's an established, and she is an established, highly ranked player, being number 2, currently number 3. And then we talk about Petra, and she's 19, only a year younger. Some players just mature so much earlier.
40. I so often forget how young Coco Gauff still
I'm
is.
staggered. I actually had forgotten. I was thinking 23 now.
Because she's been around for 5, 6 years almost.
As a young kid.
Game, Team USA.
Good game to confirm the break.
Team USA leads by 4 games to 2.
These two, they did play mixed doubles together at the Olympics. Coco Gauff wanted to give herself maximum chance of winning a medal there and was gutted not to be able to. Very interesting, Fitzy, that all of the doubles golds in Paris were won by doubles teams. You know, you get all these glamorous pairings like Taylor Fritz and Coco Gauff and Nadal Alcaraz, Andy Murray and Dan Evans, you know, and they're all good fun. But actually it's Matt Ebden and John Peers that win the men's doubles, and Siniakova and Mahatch that win the mixed, who play together a lot.
In a way, the men's doubles tour it's almost it's not a separate tour, but
Love 30.
And probably, you know, some people listening might disagree. I get that, but there's so many players that are playing on the doubles tour that don't play singles anymore, and they specialise and hone their skills, I guess, and they play against 2 highly ranked world-class singles players, and sometimes their combinations understand each other better.
15.
I do so often find it fascinating to see a set, well-oiled doubles team take on 2 great singles players. There's always a bit of needle and point to prove from the doubles team, isn't there?
40.
Two more break points for the Americans here.
Game Team USA.
They're rolling now, aren't they?
New balls, please.
5-2, double break. They'll serve for the set.
Team USA leads by 5 games to 2.
So both teams sit down at the change of ends. The Americans will come out to serve for the first set as we head to Ningaloo, these whale sharks that one day I'm determined to swim with.
Well, they're majestic animals, aren't they? Look at the size of that. Fairly deep water there, Catherine. You better take your courage tablets when you go in.
Yes. Now, I understand these are friendly sharks.
Yes.
Speaking of courage tablets. Yeah. Reliably informed.
They're called whale sharks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Their tail goes up in a vertical, in a sideways motion rather than up and down like a whale.
I like a lot how that last game you served like to him really aggressively on the flat wide. Like,
I think that's just what I have to do on every guy. I just have to go for it.
I like, yeah, because when you like 3/4 it, the guy can turn it.
Time.
She gets a lot of information to take on board at these sit-downs. I asked her about it actually after their last match. You know, I said, you've got yourself a very chatty partner here. And she said, yeah, I'm not really used to it.
Well, he analyses with his coach, you know, at the change of ends in singles matches in a similar fashion, doesn't he? He says what's in his mind and what he's thinking are the right tactics, and I guess that's his natural way.
He's playing well. So far, I think, better than the other night against the Canadians. It was a very different situation. There was a lot of tension that night. It felt critical, that match, to decide that blockbuster tie.
A good move from Dodig there.
Well, I think you can definitely feel that down here, Catherine. What you were just referring to is, you know, how relaxed they do feel. I mean, I get the sense from the previous match that Taylor just looks a little bit more fluid and free to cross, isn't thinking about it as much, and you can definitely feel that down here.
Yeah, that's a really good point. He was so in his head the other night, wasn't he? Looks a bit more instinctive just now.
Well, not the end of the world here for the US pair. 2 breaks in hand. It's good motion Coco has. You know, we all know how world class she is, but it's a nice service motion. She gets the left hip out nicely, creates easy power. You know, the first serve was in the 190s there. That's a pretty big first delivery. not looking like it's overly strenuous, just easy power.
A very much unforced error on a big point. So sudden death deuce now, first of the match. The winner of this point takes the game, and it'll be Goff to serve to Marchenko.
Good call. And first set, Team USA.
Good call, good set from the Americans. 6-2, pretty comfortable. They're in the driving seat. Now, if we fade up the audio, Taylor Fritz can analyse these stats for us, I think.
Of course. Yeah, look, a good start, wasn't it, from the Croatians, but just overpowered a little bit, and the Americans both good at returning. Well, they both do everything well, but the return of serve started putting some pressure, I think, on the Croatian combination. So they're going to have to get a lot of first serves into play, I think. Have a chance here in the second. Solid set from the US. That power is straight onto that racket, and Coco lost that point, but it's an easy return for her. Really is. Yeah. And that was a good sign there at the end of Petra's first service game that she could fight back after starting with a couple of doubles and really played well at the end of that first game.
You can just see Danielle Collins there poking out behind Taylor Fritz. More Australian Open finalist, was expected to retire at the end of last season.
Time.
And when the United Cup entry list came out, eyebrows were raised because Danielle Collins was on it. So we don't know how much longer she plans to play for, but she's here. We're very glad she's still involved in tennis. She had an incredible season last year. She's the highest ranked second singles player at this tournament by quite some margin. Tough for her to know she won't play unless something bad befalls Coco Gauff.
15 left.
Maybe she just loves escape rooms. That, of course, is what Team USA have been doing with their time off.
Third teed up.
They've done an escape room, Fitzy?
No. What did you think, Catherine, really? Did you think?
I've not done one either.
Oh, okay.
No,
that makes me feel a little better.
Catherine, I was surprised you hadn't done one. Now there's two of you that haven't done one.
When I was in the booth with Jill the other day when the Americans brought up the subject of escape rooms, I was very much made to feel like I was the only person on the planet that hadn't done an escape room. So,
well, I can confirm that you're not.
It's probably good I'm down here. You guys are up there together. You need to try it. It's really fun.
They don't make you claustrophobic at all?
No, not at all. They're really fun. Are you claustrophobic?
A little bit.
Oh.
Yeah, like a bit of space.
it doesn't sound like the thing for you, I've got to say.
No, I don't think so. But I'm happy if other people derive pleasure.
Yeah, Team USA certainly do. I mean, I don't know how many escape rooms there are in Perth, but I think the US team have been through them all by now. They've been going every day.
Do they all go in together?
I believe so.
Yes.
It's a team activity.
It is.
It's a bonding experience, I'm told.
Different categories for how many people you have with you.
Yeah, that's a smash that needs more power to get it away from the opposition. Petra there, just not getting enough on this. And then she's out of position.
Team Croatia.
Good stuff from Ivan Dodig to get Croatia on the board at the start of this second set. Haven't seen any more trick serves from Taylor Fritz.
No, I'm glad he's put that in the closet for now.
It's embarrassing to do it and miss, I think, isn't it? You've got to pull it off.
Well, I think the biggest thing for me though is, you know, your arm is not necessarily used to that. I mean, you'd hate someone of his caliber to hurt his arm.
Well, that would be even more embarrassing,
Yeah.
to injure yourself doing a trick serve.
The embarrassment I could live with. The injury would be hard to take.
Let's second set.
Well, he's hitting the tape with that, so Coco needs to have her head below the height of that net.
Yeah, she knows she's right in the danger zone, doesn't she?
Well, he hit the serve so hard that even though he missed it in the net, it actually bounced back that hard at her. She actually had good reflexes there to make sure she didn't get hit in the head. Here's a look at it. I mean, that's an incredible reflex, actually. She was pretty close to the net.
Incredible camera angle to be able to get that. Slow-mo, no less.
Beautiful return there. So simple on the backhand, Ivan. Just shortens the swing and uses the power. The power from Fritz's serve. Coco needs to put that away. I mean, that was a simple volley for her, and a couple of times she's played it back, straight back to the opposition.
And then strange that she elected not to hit the next one and leave it for Fritz.
Well, I think that one went by her pretty quickly. She went to make a move for it, but the flight of the ball was actually a lot harder. It didn't float as much as she thought.
Oh, there's power. Beautiful overhead. Crossover step. Gets you back to that smash quicker. Just watch this reaction from Coco. She gets back. She actually didn't cross over. Wow, she was quick. Good leg strength there.
15 left.
She's got him with a couple now, actually.
I mean, she's got good timing on that fine volley and generates a beautiful little bit of power, extra power there with a snap of the wrist, a point of impact.
Let first.
Played young Petra. Second serve, gave herself a chance in the rally, and that first ground stroke of hers was really accurate, this one, and it helped set up this put away.
That was incredible, actually.
Was she intending to hit a lob there, Jill?
She was definitely intending to hit a lob. I don't know if she was intending to have that much pace behind it. I mean, that was absolutely incredible. And to get over Dodik's head, who actually, at that moment, wasn't super close to the net. You can see there. I mean, she didn't have a lot of room to play. It was just so well executed.
Yes.
Good width on that serve from Marchenko. Still break point, despite the fact that she saved that one. Also game point, though. Well played, Petra Marchenko. Played well into the open court. 2-1 lead for Croatia, second set. Shout out to the DJ, who I think has been excellent this week in Perth. Really has the right song for the right moment.
Time.
Goran Ivanisevic. Croatian tennis hero, of course. Coaching Elena Rybakina.
Not just Croatian tennis hero, just tennis hero in general.
Absolutely.
He's a beauty. Have you had a good chat to Goran?
I have.
Yeah, good fella, right? Yeah.
One of the best, yeah.
Spent a lot of time in Australia in his early years too. He did beat Pat Rafter. That's the only, in the Wimbledon final. That's the only dark spot against Goran's name for me.
Well, he beat Tim Henman as well, so we've all got our beef.
Yeah, but he's not Australian.
No, it was in the stars for him that year, wasn't it? 2001, Monday final. Winning as a wild card.
Yeah, incredible. After 3 previous finals.
He was totally in the doldrums, wasn't he? He tells the story of that run to the Wimbledon title in 2001. He says the story kind of started in Australia. He was playing qualies, and he was on a court, such an outside court that he couldn't find it. He was wandering around the car park trying to find the court.
At Wimbledon?
At Melbourne Park.
Oh, okay.
Early that year. That was kind of the story of his year up until.
So prior to that,
he
was probably ranked high enough to be playing on the major courts.
But he was totally in the doldrums, ranked outside the world's top 100.
See, I'm a believer in character builders. You know, it's like when you go into an aeroplane, if you turn right, it's a character builder. If you turn left, you get a bit spoiled, you know?
Absolutely.
He's played on all these courts and finally tastes what it's like for the normal run-of-the-mill tennis player. Got him to a Wimbledon title, you know?
Also played a tournament in Brighton, I believe, in the run-up to that Wimbledon, where he got defaulted due to insufficient equipment, which was code for having broken all your rackets.
Oh.
So it wasn't a good year before Wimbledon.
Well, a Wimbledon title in singles makes any year one of the best.
And proof that your luck can change at any moment.
Don't ever turn left, mate. If you do, you'll never go back.
Game, Team USA. 2 games.
Oh, such a nice pickup from Goff, where she does so well off the ground. When the ball skids through, she gets the legs so low. I mean, her back knee was almost touching the court there. That's why she's able to handle the pace so well, because it was a good return. Another good service that game there for Coco.
Steady love. Team Croatia.
Just what Croatia needed there from Ivan Dodig. They take the lead again in the second set, 3-2. DJ doing their best to generate a bit of vibe inside the RAC arena. Has just gone a little bit flatter in this second set. It's hotter out there. Sometimes it can be a bit soporific. There he is. You've done a stellar job this week, mate. Big fan of his work.
Happy with the music choices?
Yeah, I think it's been a great vibe.
What's your favourite genre?
15 love.
Are you a rock and roller?
I like to think I have eclectic tastes. I'm a big Swiftie.
Okay.
Big Springsteen fan. He played a bit of Bruce Springsteen for the USA's last tie. That was meeting the moment.
How can you not be a Bruce fan?
Absolutely.
And the two hands makes it a little easier to create power up there, but that's, for a one-hander, that becomes a pretty awkward shot, but easily put away with the two hands there from Coco. That's a tough one. Probably Petra's toughest one to get back. I think it's just beautiful angle out wide. Takes the speed off it and increases the angle.
Game. Team USA.
Did he sneak that game in under a minute? Oh, not quite. He still enjoyed it though, didn't he?
Oh, seriously good shot. Beautiful.
And she took that so early.
Yeah.
She just froze Dodig at the net. Looked like he was going to make a move, but then just all of a sudden. Yeah.
And Jill, you know how much
Just got
timing.
stuck.
You know how much timing that takes too, don't you, to
Yeah.
change direction with that point and just delay the hit a fraction so that it changes angle and goes down the line. That was first class.
Yeah, they've raised the level here, haven't they? They know this is the opportunity to break. The Marchenko serve is bound to be the most vulnerable.
Good pickup. That's all the doubles experience too that we talked about she's had in her early career. Coco, great hands, good reaction. But that's a tough matchup too, isn't it, for the youngster to come in there and probably you know, logic says it's not the strongest part of her game to come in and have to volley against ground strokes of this ilk.
They're looking so comfortable and relaxed. 3 break points that would put them firmly in the driving seat.
Game, Team USA.
So easy for Team USA in that game.
8 quick points.
Yes, indeed. Setting a break now for Team USA, and all smiles as we head to Cape Leveque, north of Broome. So this is a bit of a way away from Perth here. Northernmost tip of the Dampier Peninsula. Am I pronouncing that right, Fitzy?
Dampier, yes.
Dampier. Red rocks, white sand, that beautiful lighthouse. You can do camping. Now, I have to say, I'm not a camper myself, but each to their own.
You like a bit of comfort, Catherine?
I like a mattress, yeah.
You can take a blow-up mattress camping.
I like a mattress and a good shower.
I just felt like on her first serve.
Can't call, and it has to be on our serve. We're serving. I don't want another. At 1 point, timeout. Let's do it during the set. When are we going to call timeout?
Yeah, during the game. All right. It'll be dumb to do it now.
Did you get the game point?
You should have called it at 140, and then it would have looked like we decided. You saw it, right?
Oh, yeah.
You saw it, right? Got him so good.
You literally went. You guys go down break point. You guys go down break point. I'm on.
Okay, that's fine. I'm ready.
What's the prize? Break point.
Okay, well, I think that's some potential big breaking news from that sit down. I think that was discussion of potential red button usage.
Just so that we experience it.
Yeah, I am on the edge of my seat. Jill, you're sat behind the Team USA bench.
I'm excited.
Anybody reaches for that button, I want to know about it.
I will let you know any second, yes.
The order of play for tomorrow is out, and unsurprisingly, Team USA playing the evening session. Obviously, they'll have had the least time to recover, so that makes sense. They take on China. So Goff will be up against the week's surprise package, Zhao Jinyu. And Fritz will face Zheng Zhizhen.
14.
The day session tie will be Kazakhstan against Germany.
Just letting you know, there was some discussion about if they should press the red button or not.
Oh,
Coco was like, should I do it? Oh, there we go.
Team USA have called for 60 seconds strategic timeouts.
I'm not sure anyone needs a rest right now, but it's amused them all anyway.
I think they just wanted to do it once. I'm sure it was a discussion throughout the entire event.
But you can only hit the big red button if it's your serve, right?
Yes.
It's a great time to do it. No, that's that would be. All right, let's go. Come on, guys. Go Australian.
End of timeouts. Prepare for play.
Now, I think Coco Gauff's going to do something fun here. Underarm serve. Okay.
Game.
Just a normal
USA.
point
New balls, please.
with a lot of build-up.
Team USA leads by 5 games to 3.
Well, I think it was for the sake of it.
Yeah, Coco called it. Good serve from Coric.
Oh, yeah. There's the hands again. So an experienced doubles player quite often, not always, but quite often will look at the opposition coming forward, seeing where they're, and there she is looking forward. So she sees Petra move and sort of reads the play before the ball comes to her. And what a good reaction.
Cheap point for the US. Brings them to within 2 of the match. And a clean sweep in the tie. So juice, which means match point for the US. Also game point, which would force them to serve it out. It'll be Taylor Fritz to receive the Coric serve.
Set match.
Lovely way to clinch it. Gorgeous angle on the backhand. It's a clean sweep for the US. Goff and Fritz into the quarters in comfortable style.
Well, this United Cup's been good to Taylor Fritz. He's been good for it too. He's up there with 6 wins, equal most in this competition for the men's singles, and shows us he can play a bit of doubles as well, a bit of mixed doubles. Entertaining stuff. Gee, they're a powerhouse, aren't they?
Yeah, probably the favourites to win it from this point on.
Well, I think on paper, yes, but no guarantees. And if it goes down to the mixed doubles in any of these matches, it's a bit of a toss of the coin.
One thing's for sure, the vibes are good in Team USA. Good advert for escape rooms they are. They'll have the evening off to celebrate New Year, and then they'll be back tomorrow evening to take on Team China, who are not to be underestimated, but it has to be said that the US will be heavy favourites to make it through to the semi-finals in Sydney. Someone just mentioned escape rooms. Did you hear that?
No, did they?
Yep. I've got a feeling Jill is going to ask them about it.
Taylor and Coco, huge congratulations into the quarterfinals. You guys look like you were having so much fun out there, but I have to ask you, it seems like it was a goal, this entire event, to hit the big red 60-second timeout button. Tell us, what was the strategy? Was that part of the strategy the whole time?
Well, we said at the beginning of that service game we're going to hit the button, but it was going to be like if we were down to break point. But I really wanted to use the button. I don't know, it just looks like really cool. I just wanted to use it, and yeah, I thought we could use it in singles, but it's only for mixed. So I thought this was a perfect opportunity to see how it would go.
Well, you did a good job. You ended up not hitting it. It was your captain, Mike Russell, that ended up doing it.
I told him to hit it. Because
okay.
only the captain can hit it, I think.
Oh, is that right? I didn't know that. Okay. Well, it's fun to watch you guys play mixed doubles. It doesn't happen very often, the Olympics and an event like this. Taylor, what do you like most about playing the mixed?
I don't know. I've always really enjoyed playing mixed doubles. Obviously, like you said, we don't get to do it that often, so it is fun to kind of do things we don't normally do all the time. But yeah, I've just always personally really enjoyed playing mixed.
And it looked like you guys were so loose. Knowing that you were through the quarterfinals after the singles, did that take some pressure off in the mixed?
Yes and no. I think I just wanted to do well just for future mixed matches. You know, we're still in the tournament, so it could come down to mixed very easily. But yeah, definitely when you know you're already in, you just want to try some new things. I definitely was just trying to return more aggressively this match just to see how it would go.
I know you have to play tomorrow, but any New Year's mini celebrations potentially tonight?
Team tradition to do escape rooms.
Okay. Is there a theme tonight?
What's the theme? Hitman, I guess.
Okay, well, we know you guys are pretty successful at that. It's working, it's bonding. Well done, congratulations. Best of luck, Team USA.
Thank you.
A Hitman escape room. Happy New Year to Team USA. I'm sure it's more fun than it sounds.
That was pretty funny, Catherine, actually. Oh, dear. Well done.
Fitzy unable to conceal his surprise at my being funny. That is funny in itself. Here are today's results from the RAC Arena here in Perth. The final group stage tie between the USA and Croatia. A clean sweep for the Americans. Fritz taking care of Coric 6-3, 6-2, first match of the day. Then a decent match, competitive match from Donna Vekic, but just too good from Coco Gauff, 4-2. For her in the second singles, and as we've just seen, 2-3 for Gauff and Fritz over Marchenko and Doric. Which leaves us with this tomorrow. Kazakhstan against Germany and USA against China. Those are your Perth quarterfinals. And it'll be the USA taking on China in the evening, and this will be the match to start us off tomorrow. Elena Rybakina taking on Laura Siegmund. Alexander Shevchenko, he was a revelation yesterday against Tsitsipas. He will face Alexander Zverev, and then who knows what we'll get in the doubles, but it is scheduled to be Rybakina and Shevchenko against Siegmund and Zverev, and this is what we'll get in the evening. Gauff against Zhao, Fritz against Zheng, and then Gauff and Fritz once again against what's slated to be Sun and Zheng, but we will see. They've played a number of teams in the doubles, have China. So that's it from the group stages of the United Cup in Perth for 2025. Still one more day of action to come from here before the semi-finalists head to Sydney. It has been such a fun few days here in Western Australia. Some awesome tennis, some apparently awesome escape rooms, and a lot of thrills and spills setting up the 2025 tennis season beautifully. It's been fun. There's more to come. Happy New Year to you, and we'll see you tomorrow.